Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Secretariat, can you flag the agenda, please? Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thanks very much, Chair of Chairs. I wanted to check if my video is on and you are able to see me, because I'm going to switch off my video because there is a noise on my background. So I just wanted you to see me. So you must know that it's me who's sharing. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Masongani, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Standing Committee on Finance in the National Assembly, members of the committee, of the Standing Committee, members of the Select Committee, the stakeholders present here. I see a lot of them here, including the COSATU, the staff that is on the platform present today, the one of the Select Committee and the one of the Standing Committee. Good morning. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this meeting of the Joint Standing Committee, whereby today we'll be hearing the presentation from our from our public, our stakeholders on the 2025 revised and proposed fiscal framework. All of us, I hope you will recall that the minister just tabled the MTBPS recently. So today we'll be listening to our stakeholders. Yesterday we were listening to the FFC and the PBS, PBO on their analysis of the budget table. So I think with those few words, let me welcome you all. And can I check with the Select Committee on apologies, and after that, the Standing Committee? Ngululeko?
Morning, Chair. Yes, I'm here. Morning, Chair, members, and your stakeholders. The only apology we have, Chair, is from Mr. Khatebe. He will not be joining us the whole week for this week. Other members have joined already, Chair. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thanks very much, Select Committee, Secretary. Now, can I check with the Standing Committee? Any apology?
Good morning, Chair. Only apology from the Standing Committee is Honorable Lekhanyane, who's tied up with the ad hoc committee. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. No, thanks very much. I think there is a note on the platform. Members, kindly please use your full name and the name of your organization to identify yourself in order to be admitted. We don't want a dispute whereby the stakeholders or anyone will say, no, I was supposed to be on this meeting, I was not admitted. I think this message is clear. Can you please make sure that all our gadgets are renamed correctly? I think now let's go to the agenda item. Yeah. Now, okay. There's a 2.1, the COSATU, is 10 minutes. This is from Now is, 5:09, 9:15. Was that to Comrade Matt?
Okay, morning, Chair, thank you. Let me just share our presentation quickly, and let me gallop straight to it. Okay, thanks, Chair, thanks, members. I think, let me just, apologies, technology takes us a chance to catch up. Chair, so I think for us, the key things around the MTBPS, we feel that there is many positive things we have seen. For example, the turnaround at Eskom, at Transnet, at Metrorail, at SARS. But I think our fundamental concern, Chair, remains that we don't see in the MTBPS proposed adjustments what is going to take the economy from 1 or 1.8% growth, where we've been for the past 20 years, to the 3%. And we don't really see what is really going to give fundamental hope to 12 million people who just can't find work. But I think, having said that, we do want to appreciate there are significant achievements we have managed to secure in the recent past, and they have taken time. So, for example, exiting the grey listing, key to attracting investment, 250,000 new jobs in the past quarter. Let's hope that is maintained the momentum. Slight increase in the projected GDP growth of the MTEF to 1.8%. But, Chair, I think where we fundamentally disagree ideologically with Treasury is that we feel they're focused too much on reducing the expenditure, achieving a narrow surplus, and not focusing enough on growing the economy and creating jobs. We note the reduction in CPI from 4.5 to 3%. And yes, we obviously workers can't afford inflation. Workers have the least amount of money to withstand that, and they're already battling the cost of living. But our fear, Chair, is that this might see the Reserve Bank simply denying any repo rate relief to millions of workers or middle-class families who are drowning in debt, and also to an economy that is really starved of stimulus. Chair, we think, again, we're punishing workers who are not the cause of inflation. It's not a demand-driven inflation. It's because of the international oil price, which pushes up our fuel price regime. It's because of Eskom's fiscal leakages, which make it dependent upon these double-digit tariff hikes. So squeezing workers for us, Chair, is not resolving the issue. In fact, it's punishing the victim. Our proposals really around the fiscal framework is around, well, number one, Treasury to provide regular reports to Parliament around its efforts to maintain our exits from the grey listing. We need a frank and robust engagement with the Reserve Bank about the right balance between protecting the rand, keeping inflation low on the one hand, while simultaneously stimulating economic growth, job creation, easing the debt burden upon workers, and lowering the repo rate. We need, Chair, to revive the long-promised review of the fuel price regime to give relief to workers, to commuters, to the economy. That's a promise that was made in 2018 by government and again 2022, and then quietly forgotten. We need to remind government about that promise. Chair, on public services, we do welcome some additional allocations. I think it's about 590 million for the health, for the USAID cuts, 4 billion for school repairs, over MTEF, 21 billion for health, 20 billion for schooling, including rolling out of early childhood education under Bella. But, Chair, we're quite distressed by below CPI adjustments of the MTEF for law enforcement. And in fact, what it looked like to us was actual cuts for Home Affairs. That just didn't make sense to us when you have such high levels of crime. We are encouraged by the identifying of potentially 9,000 public service ghost posts. We must see prosecutions, and the savings must be used to fill these frontline vacancies. And again, Chair, we've seen some initial progress with rolling out the Public Procurement Act. That's going to be a key tool in the war against corruption and also to support locally produced goods and jobs. Our proposals on this front, Chair, is really to shift from blunt austerity budget cuts to public services, frontline services, and rather look at investing them, capacitating them to fulfill their constitutional and legal mandates. Chair, we want to see the ghost post audits extended to entities, SOEs, municipalities, and again, let's use those savings to employ doctors, teachers, nurses, etc. we are concerned, Chair, that in the budget we had made commitments, or government made commitments to fill various vacancies in health and police, education. We're not seeing all of those being filled. There should be reports in that regard. And again, to expedite the finalization of the rollout of the Public Procurement Act, its regulations, but also, Chair, to extend it to local government and also to provide incentives for whistleblowers who expose corruption. We have a 42.4% unemployment rate. We had hoped to see the presidential employment stimulus being expanded. We had hoped to see the SOD grant being adjusted for inflation. It's only once been adjusted in 5 years. We had hoped for government to action its commitments to give relief to companies who are struggling, whether it's from the US tariffs or electricity prices or other issues. And we also hope for a new mass industrial financing program, including for SMEs, to really enable the state, the economy to reach the 3% target we need to achieve and to create jobs. Our proposals here, Chair, is really to adjust the SOD grant for inflation. That's a very small amount, about 1.5% just for this year. But for us, Chair, it's beyond shameful that we can't give this amount of solidarity for 8 million people who are unemployed. We need to expand the presidential employment stimulus, Chair, to at least 100 billion rand from the fiscus, from the developmental finance institutions, and also from the private sector to really give hope to 12 million unemployed people. And similarly, Chair, a similar approach towards mass industrial financing SME package as well. Chair, all of the issue companies are struggling. And again, we need a relief package for companies, tax relief, industrial subsidies or incentives, and fixing the UFTs. We can't afford to send workers to unemployment queue. Chair, there is positive allocations for Transnet, for electricity. We must really commend the workers of Eskom for defeating load shedding, but we do need to give more support to them to plug the fiscal holes, making sure all consumers pay for electricity, deal with the issues of corruption, wasteful expenditure of cable theft, etc. That's going to enable electricity to become more affordable. But we do need, in the meantime, Chair, to give some relief to industrial companies, smelters, which are closing because of a high price of electricity. Chair, in the past decade, we've seen about 350,000 jobs lost in the industrial sector because of electricity prices. We're seeing smelters closing, Glencore closing, etc. And that's something we can't afford to do. Chair, there is real progress to stabilizing transit. There's real progress on Metro Rail clawing back ground, winning back commuters, etc. But we're not seeing the same progress around SABC, the post office, or the post bank. And that for us is a big concern. And again, Chair, we need to give support to Eskom, plug the loopholes. We need to have expedited interventions around the road accident fund, including tabling the RAF and the RAPS bills of Parliament to set it on a sustainable path. And again, Trans and Metro Rail are key to the economy. Let's give them more support. And similarly, Chair, we should be intervening at Denel, SABC, Post Office, and Post Bank as well. They can be fixed. Chair, just on local government, I think it's positive allocation again around electricity, a positive allocation for 2 billion for Polokwane water infrastructure. We do welcome the proposed interventions around water, electricity in Mpumalanga municipalities. But Chair, just given the level of deterioration in many municipalities across the country, about 70% on financial trouble. We have on average between 12 and 3 dozen who don't pay staff, pension funds, etc. We've seen a collapse of municipal service in many areas. We think we need to be much more aggressive around fixing local government. And again, Chair, when you have municipal management not paying the staff, pensions, or providing basic services, we need to see action like we saw last week by the AG against the manager of Nakamodiri. We need to be blunt with those who fail society. So, Chair, I think a proposal here is really, and we'll get to it more in Dora, we need to ramp up our interventions in local government. We need a new funding model, and we need to move towards a district development model. But we can't continue on the path of just simply allowing a collapse of municipalities. And then, Chair, just getting towards the end around revenue, we welcome the increased allocation of 31 billion from GFRECA to the fiscus. We think we need further such engagements on support to the fiscus. We must really applaud the work done by the employees of SARS, the 14,000. They have done the nation well. They've exceeded revenue collection by 9%. That's nearly 20 billion rand. Chair, we think we should be giving more resources to SARS and give SARS a tax compliance target of the MTEF of 75%. But we don't think we can agree to further tax increases upon workers or the middle class, they must be abandoned. And in fact, tax loopholes exploited by the wealthy, tax avoidance by illegal imports and illicit goods must be prioritized. Proposals here, Chair, really is simple. Let's have an ongoing support from GFRECA in a responsible, strategic, sustainable manner to the fiscus. Give SARS a target of 75% tax compliance over MTEF, but give them the resources they need to deal with tax evasion by high wealth individuals, illegal goods, undeclared imports, etc. But no increases upon the working and middle class in next year or MTEF. And in fact, we must have a specific commitment that we're going to adjust the PIT tax brackets for the lower bands, which haven't been adjusted for 2 years. And Chair, we should really be elevating SARS's work and prioritizing it, giving it the full support. They're on the right track, and have regular reports to SCOF and to the Select Committee. We would suggest even quarterly. Chair, just in conclusion, there are positive things in the medium-term budget statements, including issues that we fought for as COSATU. But I think fundamentally, Chair, what must guide us is a 1% economic growth rate, a 42% unemployment rate. And the budget doesn't even admit that we're going to get to 3%, doesn't provide sufficient hope we're going to reduce unemployment. So, Chair, we feel we're not moving with sufficient speed, we're not allocating sufficient resources to enable the state to provide quality public and municipal services that society, the economy depend upon. And Chair, we have to grow the economy. We have got to reach 3%. Otherwise, we're not going to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and that must be really what should guide the budget. So we will continue as COSATU to engage, Chair, with partner, with government. We hope we'll have a much more bold and aggressive approach come February, because, Chair, we just simply can't continue on the path of business as usual and hope for different results. So let me stop there, Chair. Hopefully I stuck to the time.
Before I cut you, Comrade Matt, you have jumped with 1 minute. Thanks very much. BJC.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just bring up our presentation. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning to members of the committees and others on the platform. My name is Lisa Bova. I'm a researcher at the BJC, and I'll be taking you through our presentation today. I just wanted to start my stopwatch. I'll switch off my video just to save some bandwidth. Okay. Just to say, we've been making presentations for quite some time, so I'm sure many on the platform know who we are, but we are a coalition of organizations working together to expand understanding of and participation in the budget, working towards a people's budget. Sorry, okay. So we at the BJC, we view the fiscal framework and the MTBPS as a critical tool in addressing socioeconomic issues in the country. So we speak about deepening unemployment, deepening poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. The marginalized communities tend to disproportionately bear this burden. We welcome some of the progress reflected in the MTBPS, including removal of the grey list, and we are hoping to see how that will help us going forward. But we still feel that the fiscal framework prioritizes fiscal consolidation, the lower inflation targeting, and this has serious implications for social and developmental needs. We think that budget choices should be assessed not just on stability, macro stability, but also on rights, inequality, and public service delivery. Some of the concerns that we've raised are that this approach of consolidation continues despite urgent and growing social and economic crises. We see real non-interest expenditure declining over the MTEF. We don't see a credible plan to address unemployment and drive inclusive growth. We believe that some of the budget reforms proposed fail to respond to the underlying cause of the findings from the GTAC review that looked at the budget process. We still see key social sectors like education, health, social protection are underfunded, growing service delivery gaps, particularly water and sanitation, housing, etc., and state capacity to deliver quality public services continues to weaken. So we just have a few recommendations. The first is on the inflation target. We believe that this should be subject to public and parliamentary review. The reason why it matters is that we believe that the inflation is mostly driven by global shocks and administered prices and not by excessive local spending. So the lowest target may force the Reserve Bank to raise interest rates more often and keep them high for longer, even when inflation comes from outside of our control. So higher interest rates increase household debt burdens, weaken consumer demand, and make life more expensive for ordinary people. For small businesses, expensive credit means lower investment and fewer jobs. For government, higher interest rates push up debt service costs, leaving less money for education, health, and basic services. I think the Treasury has admitted that the lower target will slow nominal GDP in the short run and revenue collection, reducing fiscal space and pressuring Treasury towards deeper austerity. We don't think that there is enough evidence to show that the tighter target will improve long-term growth and employment, and that the short-run impacts will, the long-run benefits will outweigh the short-run impacts. We believe that there is a need to reframe debt management. Stabilization of debt to GDP isn't meaningful without, if it's not in the interests of ordinary South Africans. We see the primary surplus increasing. We don't think this is a necessity. Spending cuts under low growth weaken the foundations of long-term debt sustainability. These needs continue to grow. They become more expensive to address. So we're asking, what's the point of a good-looking balance sheet if the cost, it comes at the cost of addressing urgent economic crises? So we believe there are alternatives. Many of our members have been raising these for some time, and we would like to see some more effort to engage with these alternatives and demonstrate that the current approach is the only way. We would also like to see Treasury explore the progressive revenue measures that the BJC and members have been proposing. While we recognise that no new tax measures were introduced in the budget, in the MTBPS, we could see these in budget 2026. And really what the BJC has been calling for is to look at ways that progressive revenue measures can expand revenue for urgent social and economic priorities. We believe that people should be placed at the center of growth. The existing approach tends to rely on investor confidence. The structural reforms are welcome, but we haven't really seen tangible changes in the unemployment rates. Public investment in health and education is really what we believe is the foundation of productivity and resilience. We think inclusive growth requires revitalizing labor-intensive sectors, expanding public employment, strengthening local economic development and care economy, and along with rebuilding energy and logistics, which we understand is receiving some attention. We also need more attention on social infrastructure, so clinics, schools, libraries, sports facilities. We believe that there is an urgent need to rebuild state capacity, that the well-funded public sector of development. We've seen resource and capacity constraints across institutions contribute to service delivery failures and public trust. Anti-corruption agencies remain under-resourced. Procurement transparency is improving, but we still think the system is limited. We did update our slides slightly here. We have had a little bit more time to look at the dashboard, and we think it is a really positive step, but there is much more that's going to be required for the general public to really be able to engage with this information. And while we understand this is the first step, we really believe that there needs to be mandatory reporting across organs of state. We've seen with e-tenders in the past that there is a very low compliance rate, and the kind of information that we are often searching for is not available. So we'd like to see real expenditure growth restored, particularly in health, education, local government. We've seen the impacts of underfunding in these areas. The infrastructure grants continue to be reduced or reallocated due to underspending. And this sort of punishes the public, those who need these services, rather than those who are failing to spend, or the systems that are creating difficulty in using the funds available. We've seen cuts to teacher posts, health staffing, social programs. This undermines constitutional rights. And again, we think real recovery requires protecting and expanding core services, targeting hiring of frontline services, and rebuilding provincial and municipal capacity. We'd like to see social protection expanded. As others have said, the grants remain below the food poverty line. Administrative barriers continue to exclude eligible applicants. And we've seen the TARS mechanism coming into effect. We are not convinced that this isn't going to penalize households for administrative failures. We've heard of people having to travel a number of times to the offices to try and resolve disputes, and this is it's not fair. We would like to see improved budget process and accountability. We've read the review. We've seen we hear about weakened inputs. The reforms don't really address some of these challenges, and we think that the fiscal anchor sort of creates less flexibility and makes participation less meaningful. So on the TARS, again, we were hoping to see much more detailed sort of research and evidence to show that the cuts were in fact responsible, what the implications would be, and what measures were needed to mitigate impacts. And we haven't seen that in the NTPPS. Just my final points here. We think stability cannot come at the cost of lives and dignity. We would like Parliament to ask Treasury for evidence to support the inflation target changes and show the impacts in the short run. We'd like to call on Treasury to consider progressive revenue options that can stimulate growth and distribution. We'd like to see state capacity being rebuilt, strengthening social protection, and realign the fiscal framework. So with constitutional obligations, we do believe that a people-centered budget is necessary and achievable to restore hope and dignity to people in South Africa. Thank you very much. Sorry for going just a minute over.
Yeah, thanks very much, BJC. EIJ, and after EIJ, there comes the AIDC, Alternative Information and Development Center. In that order, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope my screen is visible at this point. Let me just...
Yes, we can see that.
All right, thank you. So really, the core argument we want to make in this presentation, Chair, is that the recovery in fiscal balances that has been much applauded, even by some of the political parties and commentators, we believe it should not be applauded. Because it has been achieved by neglecting public services and public investment, and because of this, we do not believe that it places South Africa on a sound foundation through which higher economic growth, higher employment, poverty reduction, and industrial development will actually come about. So these are some of the components of our presentation today. I will go straight to the first one. So the reason why we are here is because we have been sold the argument that there is too little money to spend on infrastructure. So our roads, our bridges, power stations, and dams. And there is too little money to spend on infrastructure, public services, so our teachers, nurses, and police officers. And we are sold this because we are told that the country is carrying too much debt. So too much of the revenue that has been collected by the government goes towards paying off this debt. And the solution, we have been told for the past more than 10 years now, is that the government must then reduce its spending on infrastructure and the public service, which, as we will show, has happened, so that the country can borrow less and less. And as the country continues to borrow less and to spend less, then the government's fiscal balances, which is the debt to GDP, the primary surplus, the budget deficit, will start to recover, which the Minister of Finance was telling us will happen over the medium term. And then the last component of this argument, which we believe is a flawed argument, is that once these fiscal balances have been recovered, then the government can restart spending on infrastructure and public services, which will then lead to economic growth and supposedly prosperity for all. And that then in the meantime, the private sector will step in and provide the infrastructure that is necessary to keep things running. We have seen this play out. You will see, Chair, that in the past 15 years, there has been a decline in the ratio of employees in the government to the population. So public employment has really failed to keep up with the growth of the population of South Africa. And we see the negative impacts clearly on this by the fact that most of our public schools do not have libraries. Most of our public schools do not have laboratories. And we see that doctors per 1,000 people in the population are now below 1. So this is really what the celebrated recovery in fiscal balances has been on the back of. It has been on the back of underinvesting in the public services and having very negative impacts then on human capital. We also see this reflected on public investment. By any measure, this has declined significantly, especially since 2015. So by public investment, we are not just talking about the three spheres of government. We are also including here public enterprises, our state-owned enterprises, and we see that investment on this end has declined. And the reason we think the way this problem, this is the problem again, that there is too little money. The reason we think that this problem is characterized in the wrong way, first of all, is that there is no debt to GDP level at which we can really consider a debt to be too much. What matters for a debt sustainability, which the National Treasury has been fighting for in the last 15 years, is rather the combination of different factors, such as the debt level, the interest rate on the debt, the nature of the interest rate, whether it is fixed or maybe it varies with interest rates, let's say, of other central banks, and the currency denomination of the debt and the repayment schedule. And in our assessment, the debt profile of South Africa is largely favorable because our debt levels are more or less similar to our peer countries at the same level of development basically as ours. Most of our debt instruments have a fixed interest rate, so we do not have to, especially the already outstanding debt, we do not have to worry too much when interest rates elsewhere change. Close to 90% of our debt is denominated in rand, which is of course an advantage because of the currency dynamics, and our repayments are well spaced out as we largely borrow over the long term, and because of the switch auction program that the National Treasury has been doing. We believe that the real core of our problem is that the interest rate is simply too high, and it is because of factors such as the high interest rate regime. That happens because of the inflation targeting framework, which encourages hot money, which encourages these rapid outflows and inflows of capital for the purposes of speculating on government bonds and not really on investing in terms of fixed assets into the economy. Of course, our interest rate is also quite high because of our credit ratings downgrade, which have meant that the Treasury bills and bonds receive low demand from pension funds and other large money managers, and because of the perceived riskiness of South African debt. So our problem is not really in National Treasury trying to fix its fiscal balances. It's the fact that our interest rate is also high due to these factors, and yet National Treasury has not given the same attention to them. It hasn't given the same attention to the high interest rate regime. It has not given the same attention to reducing the unemployment rate and reducing inequality, which increases the risk premium on South African debt. We also believe that the characterization of our problem is wrong, because you cannot claim that there is too little money when you can invest in stuff that will maybe even in the long term increase the economic growth rate. And the too little money claim also falls flat when you consider that there are other sources which you can use that will not really have an impact on your ability to raise revenue in other ways. Some will obviously point out that there is large profit shifting by e-corporations, which takes away tens of billions of rands from the fiscus. There are again tens of billions of rands that are given to high income individuals for tax breaks that the fiscus can really not afford. And of course we can still increase revenue by decreasing the amount of tax avoidance in the economy. So we believe the solution is wrong because the underinvestment in infrastructure, which harms obviously fixed capital in the economy, and the underinvestment in public services undermines the very ingredients for economic growth. So we do not believe that then this places South Africa on a sound foundation to go forward and grow. And we also like to point out that we do not believe that this fiscal balance is really a true reflection of the facts, because there are at least 3 major expenditure items that National Treasury has not really resolved over the past few years, and these have in the past led to a decline in the credibility of the budget as pointing towards the what if fiscal policy will be. Examples of this are the SRD grant, the compensation for employment, and whether there will be continued state support for state-owned enterprises. To focus a little bit on the SRD grant, with the little time I have, we'd like to point out that the issue of work conditionalities. Yes.
Yes. We have a presentation. Your time is up. Can I go to AIDC? We have your presentation. We can just be on the platform for the questions. Thank you. AIDC.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. I just want to share my screen and then I will start. Sorry, I don't know how to make this large. Just give me a second. Sorry.
We can see you. Continue.
I just need to get my presentation on the screen too.
Okay. Yes, your presentation. Okay.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Standing and Select Committees on Finance. This presentation will cover only an outline due to time constraints, so we urge MPs to look at the full written submission for more detailed response. Over time, the size of the state in relation to the economy is becoming smaller and smaller. This is shown by a decrease in non-interest expenditure as a percentage of GDP. It is argued that the budget is pro-poor because 61% of non-interest expenditure is allocated to the social wage. But the everyday experiences of individuals attempting to access services contradict this claim. Learners are sitting for exams while their schools do not have water or electricity. Patients are on long waiting lists for operations because there's only one subspecialist in their province. And in the first 6 months of this year alone, 155 children died from malnutrition. The MTBPS implements austerity, and this is shown by an average decline of 0.4% of non-interest expenditure in real terms over the next 3 years. While some line items remain stagnant, there are real cuts to the following areas displayed on the screen. And just to highlight a few, like community development faces a negative 2.3% real decline. On the division of revenue side, the cuts mean worsening service delivery on both the provincial and government levels. The cuts to provinces are concerning because it places severe strain on frontline services. In the annexure of the MTBPS, it shows headcounts in the public service over the last decade, and this can be shown on the screen. If headcounts had kept up with annual population growth of 1.33%, then the country would have employed 191,000 more people in the public service than it currently does. So this is what it should be if it had kept up with population growth since 2014. The column on the right. This means that we should have 34,000 more teachers, 51,000 more healthcare workers, and 30,000 more police than we have. Instead, the public service has shrunk in nominal terms by 7,000 people compared to 10 years ago. This has tangible and negative impacts on developmental outcomes. The additional 20.8 billion and 9.1 billion to protect frontline services announced in May for the medium term is vastly inadequate. Furthermore, increased recruitment times by the DPSA mean that it is often difficult to fill vacancies or posts within financial years, making spending likely even though there is post availability. Additionally, if the number of early retirees who leave the public service are not replaced, this risks further strain on headcount ratios in the public sector. During the 2025 budget, a gender-responsive budget was released. While it is necessary for gender-responsive budgeting to be used as a tool for fiscal policy, there is a danger that continued austerity over the medium term will stunt any ambitions on this front. So the minister himself has admitted that austerity is self-defeating. Budget cuts result in the debt to GDP ratio, result in an increase in the debt to GDP ratio, not because debt is growing, but because the economy is not growing fast enough. The idea, according to Treasury, is to reduce the so-called crowding out effect on health, education, and social protection that increasing debt costs play. The primary budget is increasing dramatically, but yet we will continue to pay high debt servicing costs as a percentage of main budget expenditure in the medium term. So it goes from 18.16 this year, and it decreases slightly, but it's still higher than it is currently. So it's still taking a larger share of the budget. On the other hand, non-interest expenditure as a percent of GDP is set to decrease. While we are experiencing the pain of a lack of sufficient investment in the public sector with very little reward in the medium term. Of course, there is the argument of what about the counterfactual, that maybe if we do not do this approach, then debt servicing costs will not stabilize over time and will continue to capture a greater and greater share of our budget. But there are more direct ways to reduce debt servicing costs, such as through the SARB or the GAPF, which I'll explain later. The minister thinks that the fiscal anchors will help us to correct fiscal imbalances, but this is risky because a fiscal anchor could see us continuing with high debt service costs combined with spending limitations. The proposed fiscal anchor that aims to lock in austerity should be rejected. We also recommend that the narrowing of the inflation target is halted. The idea that the SARB will sufficiently lower interest rates as a response to a lower inflation target is not necessarily true. Although we are currently in a low inflation environment, the SARB's reaction will be dictated by its perceived risks in the long term. The SARB and the Treasury are exploiting the low inflation environment to show and signal a fall in interest rates, but a greater fall in interest rates is more possible and more feasible under a higher inflation target. The narrow target also contradicts the G20's Cost of Capital Commission, which is challenging the higher cost of borrowing on the continent. There is no conclusive evidence that a low inflation target leads to greater economic growth. Furthermore, high interest rates discourages investments in the productive economy, so this is what we need for jobs, and encourages speculative financial investments, which is part of the reason why the financial sector has been reacting so positively to this announcement. A blunt interest rate tool by the Reserve Bank is the wrong approach, given that South Africa is largely driven by supply side factors, as has been mentioned by other presenters, and inflation is also driven by high administered prices for electricity. The majority of South Africans are indebted, meaning that any future increases to interest rates significantly reduces disposable income. An alternative anti-inflationary tool that is not often spoken about is investment in public infrastructure and public services, as this increases household disposable income while putting less pressure on a wage inflation spiral. For example, there is an argument that investing in cheap public transport increases disposable income, putting less pressure on wages to keep up with rising costs. So evidence shows that the public-private partnerships and de-risking often end up being more costly for the public due to hidden debt costs and increased user fees and cost-reflective tariffs. Importantly and crucially, gross fixed capital formation continues to decline and worsen over time despite structural reforms. While unemployment levels are similar to what they were under Operation Vulindlela. So we need to be thinking about how does Operation Vulindlela translate into improved employment outcomes or improved gross fixed capital formation, because what we are seeing is it's having a negative impact on both of those things. The MTBPS shows over the medium term, GDP growth is forecast to reach 2%, falling short of MTDP targets, but this is unlikely to improve social indicators such as poverty and unemployment, according to the World Bank. Given the need for greater public investment in a social protection floor, the question arises about affordability, considering the rate of growth in our debt and the underlying problem of low economic growth. There are many alternatives that exist that tackle these problems on several fronts. First, in 2022, SARS reported a tax gap of 600 billion rand. This is money that it loses due to tax evasion under existing laws. Capacitating SARS to help close this gap is one recommendation. While SARS has started to pursue debt collection more consistently, this additional source of revenue should be factored into the MTPPS and translated into spending to improve people's living conditions. Second, over and above the 600 billion rand lost to tax evasion, there are additional measures to ensure the rich pay the fair share, as research has shown that the progressivity of taxes is decreasing over time. In the world's most unequal country, our tax system can and should be working a lot harder to make significant strides in reducing inequality and improving dignified public services. A significant trade-off often emerges when there are high debt servicing costs. By encouraging the SARB to announce greater rate cuts is a more direct way to reduce government debt and increase household disposable income. This is more possible and more feasible under the 4.5% target. And for this and other reasons mentioned previously, we strongly recommend reversing the announcement to set the target to 3%.
AIDC,
yes.
We have seen your presentation.
Can I just say that we have a report called Taxing the World's Most Unequal Country, a Fair Tax Monitor, that people can look at for the recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. PEP, Public Economy Projects.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm just confirming that my slides can be seen.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Thank you for the opportunity to address committees this morning. I will talk to some of our slides, and honorable members can peruse the balance at their leisure. Honourable members, the 2025 MTBPS has been tabled in the context of subdued economic growth, very tight monetary conditions, and a constrained fiscal environment. As the public economy project, our analysis rests on three core messages. Firstly, we acknowledge and emphasize the importance of price stability and low predictable inflation. However, the official shift towards a lower inflation target introduces real short-term trade-offs. And that really is the central theme for our presentation this morning, and we believe in the most recent MTBPS. Treasury itself notes that the transition towards a lower target will involve short-term costs, but it notes that there are benefits over the long term. So our concern is that these short-term costs essentially further expenditure compression, which will occur. And this will occur after more than a decade of expenditure compression and declining real per capita spending, which means the South African system is less resilient than it was, say, 10 or 15 years ago, to withstand further compression on the expenditure side. Secondly, honourable members, this MTBPS signals a continuation and in some areas an intensification of consolidation. The fiscal stance remains focused on achieving or at least growing the primary surpluses over the rest of the current decade, as noted by the Treasury. And we note that without significant revenue measures or faster real economic growth, this means expenditure will need to continue carrying the can for the adjustments, right, for the burden for consolidation. And that means that the vulnerable majority of society are the ones who are going to be most deeply affected over the short term. And thirdly, honourable members, Parliament is now moving into a crucial oversight window. And so this particular MTBPS isn't really a budget, it's more of a signal of intent of the continued fiscal trajectory for the country. And the real decisions will now be made, and we'll see the ink on the paper in the 2025 budget review. I'll now move on to my next slide. On the macro fiscal outlook, growth and inflation have been revised down compared to the budget review, and of central importance in this particular MTBPS are nominal revisions, which have been moved downwards or revised downwards, and these have major consequences. So lower nominal GDP reduces the denominator of key fiscal ratios, and this is why we see a lower debt level. So if you look at a lower debt level but a higher debt ratio. So if you look at the blue bars on the bottom of this graph, this is how much in rand terms debt has decreased, or at least the projections have shown a decrease in debt over the medium term, right? But expressed as a share of GDP, which is the top half of the graph, it's actually increased. It's increasing over the medium term, and this shows you the impact of moving towards a lower inflation target, resulting in lower GDP deflator. So this is an important point for Parliament. The fiscal framework that we see presented is now heavily shaped by developments in monetary policy. As inflation falls faster than expected, the nominal GDP path softens, and this shrinks the fiscal space available to the state. And although revenue performs better in rand terms, over the first year, over the second and third year, we see the effect of lower nominal GDP. And we saw, Treasury making adjustments to its revenue outlook. Honourable members, this brings us to the heart of this particular MTBPS, at least in our estimation, and that is the evolving monetary fiscal nexus or dynamics. The committee will obviously be well aware of the fact that the Minister of Finance has now officially adopted a 3% for inflation, and Treasury notes and acknowledges up front that this will impose short-term costs. But I think it's important as lawmakers and those who have responsibility of oversight over monetary and fiscal decisions to question who gains, who loses, and what are the relative gains and losses over the short and medium term. And the impact of price stability over the short term and the medium term. So the short term costs of lower inflation are being borne by revenue, which is now a nominal number, and therefore is lower over the medium term, and real expenditure, which then must adjust downwards, or at least not have any real increases that significant over the medium term, and households who are in debt, who have high levels of debt, will see a slowing of their salary adjustments, which means that the real impact this has on their debt service costs is then further constrained. Honourable members, we note that tightening of expenditure is coming on the back of over a decade of very austere expenditure adjustments, and in real per capita terms, reduction in public spending. And so this will place further strain on the public services, on the ability to provide goods and services to the more vulnerable. For a few moments. So revenue has had what is essentially a triple whammy. So we have lower nominal GDP, which slows revenue growth, because even if pricing increase is slower. And then we have weaker household consumption, which then further depresses VAT. And we noted in this year's particular extended budget debacle that there's very little or quite contested commitment to increasing tax over the short and medium term. And so government had to resort to tax through no bracket creep on PIT. And so the consequence of the limited revenue growth is on expenditure. Expenditure may a disproportionate burden for consolidation over the medium term, and we noted this has been ongoing for quite some time. The next point the members would like to make, and this has been made in part by the AIDC, probably the most consequential trend. So 2022 to 2028 is seeing this fall from 25 points, indicating the spending to consolidate public finances over the medium term. Contraction is not one and this has real impacts on the ability of the state to deliver. And so this we expect to continue as whilst we welcome as the public project towards TARs as opposed to lawnmower cuts, which affect cuts throughout the system, which are retarding our ability of the state to provide social goods. TARs impacts over the medium term. So these expenditure pressures will continue at the national level, resulting in further off the quality of social progress. Honourable members, the Public Economy Project has noted credibility concerns that have been growing. I won't talk to this in too much detail, but we do note that it's quite potential we may see more revisions going forward. One we'd like to flag now is the assumption of zero real growth in government consumption in the year 2027, which, given our historical experiences and emerging expenditure pressures, seems implausible. And so I think it's important then for, as the joint committees on finance, to talk more about the credibility of what's being tabled, even if this reflects concerns in cabinet rather than with those who are putting the budget together, the inability for us for the elected officials to take hard decisions.
Amra, I have to cut you there.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I would like to thank you for your time and make one last point, and that is the imperative of there being increased macro fiscal coordination to look at and to the impacts of monetary and fiscal decisions and how they coordinate with each other for the overall well-being of the country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got also a presentation. You just have to hold in there so that you can be able to respond to the question from honorable members. The last one is Amanda Mobi.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm just going to share my presentation. Just give me a minute to do that. Yeah, here it is. Can you see it?
Yes. No, but no, we can't. You can't see it. Can it go up? Can it go up? Secretariat, can you assist if you have? Amanda, you are taking your time now. You are eating on your time located to you, my dear.
Yes, I'm just... Are you seeing it now?
No. Unless if it's me, but other than that, I'm not sure. Yeah. Yes, I think they've assisted you now. You can continue.
Okay, just give me a minute. All right. All right, I think I'll just close my face. If you can see my presentation, yes. Just so that I can have some bandwidth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you still see my presentation? It doesn't show on my side.
Can you continue? Let's see how far it can go, because there is a presentation on the platform here. The 2025 the revised and proposal fiscal framework.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Could I, for some reason, it's not showing on my side. Could I ask someone to just ask slides to be, I'm on the first slide now.
Sorry to interject. I'm lighting from my end. So if you can just indicate next slide.
Okay, yes.
I'll go to
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. Good morning to members and standing in Select Finance Committee and committee secretaries. My name is Zinhle Kyuku and I am part of the Amandla.mobi team. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee today and to present our submission on the MTBPS as tabled by Finance Minister Godongwana. Slide 2, please. Honorable members, the medium-term budget policy statement is crucial in providing a clear picture of the country's financial goals and their implications for the people. The 2025 revised fiscal framework and revenue proposals are clear in the sense that the government aims to stimulate economic growth. However, despite its clarity, the marginalized millions are still being left behind. Slide 3, please. The Amandla.mobi community has always been clear about its demands, which prioritize people above all else. For a very long time, the well-being of the people has been sacrificed in an attempt to rectify the government's wrongdoings. The situation on the ground continues to worsen. While the private sector companies, corporate entities, and government officials persist in misusing state funds, please go to slide 4. Millions in Mzansi continue to suffer from hunger and poverty, with more than 1,000 children having died from acute malnutrition and starvation. As unemployment continues to rise, access to nutritious food remains a challenge, and many households struggle to put food on the table. The MTBS has failed to provide clear plans on how the minister intends to lift millions out of poverty. Slide 5, please. So we welcome the decision to extend the grant to 2027. This reflects a commitment to turn the grant into a permanent intervention that would enable millions of people to put food on the table. However, we're concerned that the grant is still not increased. The 370 grant is below the food poverty line of 760 and does not cover food and monthly basic needs of an individual. Please go to slide 7. We're also very concerned about the manner in which the SRD grant recipients are being treated in the name of stopping fraud of the grant systems. It is unacceptable that the SRD grant beneficiaries are paying the price for DSD and SASSA's ill management of social grant systems. You can please go to slide 9 now. We maintain our demands that the 370 SRD grant be increased to match the food poverty line and kept until it is converted into a BIC, which is 1,500. National Treasury has previously tried to scrap the SRD grant and replace it with another grant that would exclude even more people. We urge this committee to ensure that the SRD is not scrapped and that a larger budget is allocated so that all who need the grant can receive it. The basic income grant. even after promises made by the government and calls by civil society to give clear plans on the BEAC, the MTBPS still has not provided clear plans as to when and how the government plans to implement the BEAC. Prior to the elections, President Ramaphosa and the ANC promised to implement the BEAC within 2 years. However, there are still no clear plans on how the government plans to execute the implementation. The MTBPS provided a good opportunity for Minister Godongwana to outline the government's plans for implementing the BEAC over the next 2 years, as well as the measures to tax the wealthy. We demand that Minister Godongwana treat BEAC as an urgent intervention and detail clear plans for its implementation. In his plan to implement the BEAC, the Minister and the National Treasury must not cut budgets for other essential social interventions such as grants, including the SRD. Minister Godongwane's MTBPS has once again failed to give a clear picture of how government plans to implement the basic income grant. Can you please go to slide 10? We're also concerned about the sugary drinks. So the moratorium on the sugary drink tax was set to be lifted in 2025 budget speech, but the sugar industry fought to delay the lift. If Minister Godongwana and the National Treasury allowed sugar industry to continue to get its way, this will not only have dire consequences for people's health, but it will also show that the National Treasury is easily bullied by the industry. We cannot afford another extension. National Treasury should note that the industry's claims about jobs have been debunked, including the NEDLAC's jobs report have been debunked by Wits academics. We continue calling on the National Treasury to increase sugary drinks tax to 20% in its budget in February 2020, in its budget in February 2026, and to finally start the long overdue public consultation process to expand sugary drink tax to include fruit juice. Slide 11, please. The minister has once again stated that the government is working on new tax proposals, and we still welcome the decision to capacite SARS to collect more tax and stop illicit financial flows. We continue to call on this committee to support implementing more taxes for the super rich, including annual wealth tax of 2 to 5%. South Africa continues to be the most unequal country in the world, with the rich getting richer while the poor continue to starve and the children die from malnutrition. A survey by Oxfam SA and Patriotic Millionaires has found that 64% of South African millionaires would support a 2% wealth tax to fund social programs. Increasing taxes for the ultra-rich is no longer a topic of debate. It is necessary. It's a necessary step that needs to be taken. For far too long, the rich have hoarded more wealth while the poor continue to suffer. The rich will not starve if they pay a little more tax. Supported by over 59,000 people, we call on National Treasury to do this. Okay, if you go to slide 12, I'll continue. From April 1, 2026, increase personal income tax for those earning over 1 million annually and percentage that will help achieve this demand below. I'll quickly talk about the demand below. They must commit to introducing an annual net wealth tax at a higher rate of 3% for those with a wealth of more than 3.8 million, 7% of those with wealth of more than 30 million, and 9% for those with a wealth of more than 146 million rands. The net wealth tax should be permanent and annual. The process of ensuring the rich declare their wealth should start as soon as possible. Additional measures to address tax evasions and illicit financial flows by individuals and companies must also be a priority. We also call on for pro-poor interventions and commitments such as dramatically reducing the medical aid rebate and eliminating retirement fund contributions, deductions, or rebates for those earning over 1 million a year. Tax rates generally need to be reviewed, including the employment incentive, and cancelling ineffective rebates should also be a key. We also call on you to commit to no increase of value-added tax other than luxury good, as this hits the poor very hard. Personal income tax should also not increase for those earning less than 1 million rands a year. As such, earnings often support whole households. Beyond these tax commitments, we call on the reallocation of public expenditure and minimizing government irregular expenditure.
Amanda Mobi?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much for your presentation. I think we have received your presentation.
Just one point though.
Yes,
just one last point. Yes. Yes. Okay. We're saying that it is time to end prioritizing the private sector, as we have seen over the years that the sector cares more about profit and not people. We cannot continue to be declared as the most unequal country in the world. The government of national unity must start unifying people and ensuring that all who live in it with dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amanda Mobi. Honourable members, I think that is a presentation from our 6 stakeholders. That is the COSATU, BJC, Budget Justice Coalition, IEJ, then AIDC, PEP, Amanda Mobi. So I think that is now the platform open for honourable members to ask questions. I just want to see the hand if there is any. I see Honourable Sekwati. You can start, Honourable Sekwati, while I'm noting other members.
Thanks, Chair. Just on, let me as well, Chair, pass my regards to all my colleagues who are connected on the platform, but also to all the stakeholders who are here to make their presentation on the budget adjustment. I would like to as well ask a few questions, but also make comments here. The first one I would really take to COSATU, which had made the first presentation on the
Honourable Sekwati, can you please open your videos and you can also switch it off just to see that he is the right person that we know?
I'm struggling with my network.
Okay,
here.
No, you can switch it off then.
Thank you.
Okay, we thought maybe it can be a duplicate. Okay, you can continue.
No, thank you. To COSATU, what would be your take on a primary budget surplus that is premised on a reduction of non-interest expenditure in the medium term and a commitment to ensure it's implemented in the next decade? The second one is what the required monetary policy balance to ensure inflation is contained at lower levels while stimulating economic growth, which also impacts inflation, which can as well result in the South African Reserve Bank increasing repo rates. Is COSATU convinced that the South African Reserve Bank does take into account economic growth and employment in leveraging its monetary policy instruments or toolkits? The second would go to Budget Justice Coalition on as to whether, recognizing the significant lowering of non-interest expenditure in the medium term and the position of National Treasury not to consider additional tax proposals, will the primary budget surplus bode well for our developmental objectives to stimulate economic growth and tackle unemployment as the fiscal policy stance lowers public investment? Let me as well go to Amanda Mobi. Which expenditure does Amanda Mobi identify as requiring reallocation, and what's the observed impact of the social relief of distress grant? And does Amanda Mobi believe that it will be assisting the poor to take advantage for various economic opportunities Yeah, let me leave it there. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ryder.
Morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the presenters for taking the time to present to us. It's well noted that we will get very partisan and views presented to us during the public participation, and of course we expect that in this, unlike days like yesterday when we expect much more balanced views giving a variety of different perspectives. But yes, so thank you for the presentations. I think that it's important to note that many of the public acknowledge the progress that's been made. And it's important to note, it's the first time in 13 years that South Africa's had an upgrade in terms of our credit rating. We should, of course, acknowledge the fact that internationally respected economists and analysts are taking a specific view on the way that the economy is being managed. We've seen some different ideas and different opinions here today. And as I always say, it's valid for us to have these opinions presented so that we can check our thoughts, so that we can make sure we find balance going forward, and we can do our work with from a much more informed position, not only sticking to one school of thought. So yes, Kasatu, thank you very much. I think we differ more today than we normally do. Father Parks, Father Matthew. So I do appreciate you did acknowledge the progress. I think it's important. You made quite a lot of comments about the post office, and I think it's a welcome move. And you may have missed it last week when it was announced in the NCOP that the minister, communications minister, has made some very strategic announcements in terms of the future of the post office, and opening up the potential for people to collaborate on the post office. I think that this type of thinking is to be welcomed, and the future of the post office is certainly more likely to be protected based on those proposals. Hoping, of course, that we haven't left it too long, and that things haven't gotten to a situation where it can't be turned around. Kasatu, I think that blaming oil prices, international oil prices, for inflation is perhaps slightly misguided. We've seen a stabilization of oil prices over the past couple of years, and in fact a negative trend. So yeah, I do think that BJC, IEJ, and ARDC need to maybe come back and apologize for the views that they put forward in May of this year when we had our public participation, and perhaps the EFF can also say to me that the crystal ball that they said I was looking into clearly worked, but it wasn't really a crystal ball. It was merely a case of looking at the economic issues or principles that underpinned the situation we were in right there. So, yeah, and then, of course, again, local government, and I think we're all in agreement that local government is in a very, very precarious state and does need some sort of a solution. Kasatu had good proposals on that right up until their last one, which was to implement the district development model. I think that the DDM has proven to be a failure in its various pilots, and I don't think that this is the solution that's going to work. Chairperson, I think that this is something that many of our presenters today need to acknowledge, is that the issues around trying to ensure that government can spend money in order to help with service delivery, in order to help with economic boosting, in order to help with creation of jobs, needs to be carefully approached, not just throwing money at the issues, but rather to take a look at the underlying issues that have been preventing the money that has already been allocated to various programs, why it's not having the intended desired effect. And I do think that this is why I think TARS really needs to be supported. If we can cut out the wasteful spending and the spending that has been misdirected into the pockets of individuals or connected folk, then we can start getting value for our money and making sure that the intended recipients of government spending are the ones that get that money, and not other people that are purely looking for self-enrichment as opposed to genuine assistance to those that really need to put food on the table. BJC, I wanted to just comment or ask a question, and it's a very specific follow-up question. It relates to a comment that you made about the reporting. The reporting that you're able to access is insufficient for your for analysis. I wanted you to just unpack that statement a little bit, maybe tell us exactly what you're looking for. I think that there is a reasonable amount of infrastructure spending reporting that does happen, but I also get a little frustrated sometimes when looking for specific info that I can't get, and perhaps you can just unpack that statement that you made. IEJ, dangerous comments about our debt levels being in line with our peers. I think that's poorly researched. I don't think it's correct. But yeah, I think as I said, it is a very specific policy view that comes from the IEJ always, and we had nothing different today. Chair, I'm going to leave it there. I think I'll have more comments in the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairs. Honorable Des van Rijn.
Thank you very much, Chair. And
are you David or are you Des?
Co-chairperson. My names are David Douglas Des.
Oh.
My surname is Van Rijn.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, you can come in, Honorable Des. Thank you.
Very quickly, Chair. I'm forever worried that year in, year out, we receive the same articulation on certain aspects from stakeholders as to how their submissions are embraced or accommodated in our public participatory government model. Is what is really bothering us as MK Party, because it seems as if some of these submissions are made, I don't know, for compliance or maybe for ticking the box in terms of participating in some of these platforms. I think at some stage we need to look at thoroughly so, more especially as these joint committees, the methods that are currently at play to make sure that submissions that are made by various stakeholders are incorporated in the decisions that are made to take our country forward, more especially around issues of economic development. I think it's important, Chair, that we should be worried, because if you are to compare the submissions of some of the stakeholders, maybe in the past 3 years, you'll realize that they've been saying the same thing about certain aspects of our fiscal framework. As to how what they are saying is considered by those who are deciding on this process, is something that as a committee enjoined to oversee the executive, we should be bothered with. Because from where I'm seated, I think some of these stakeholders might be having a feeling that their submissions are just for a formality and they are not taken serious by those who are expected to take them serious. And our role as public representatives is to make sure that that narrative is challenged, because it can't be correct that stakeholders come here, do their research, contribute in terms of shaping the development trajectory of the country, and their submissions are not taken serious. I think at some stage we should be digging deep as public representative on the current platforms or systems that are used to assess the impact of their submission. This is just a general comment from us as MK Party, and we hope that this will find expression as we continue to improve our work as public representatives. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Des. Honorable Sart.
Thank you, Chair. Hope you can hear me.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I just need to switch off my camera quickly again. May I? Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Brits.
Okay, sorry.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. We can
Okay.
see you with a blue
Chairperson, okay. Firstly, just one or two questions on Kusato's presentation. In your submission, you argue that sustained high interest rates combined with the new 3% inflation target will suppress job creation, especially in labor-intensive sectors. Can you, Mr. Parks, explain what evidence you have that the current monetary stance is already reducing employment growth, and what alternative policy mix would you recommend? And then secondly, you has raised concerns that fiscal consolidation has led to shrinking public services headcounts, especially in education, policing, and health. And the question is, what is your assessment of the minimum staffing levels required to restore service delivery, and how do you propose these posts be funded within the current fiscal constraints? And the last one on Kusatu, Honorable Chairperson, you argued that the public sector wage agreement must be fully funded to protect frontline services. How should government balance this commitment with rising debt service costs, and what cost savings reforms would you, as Kusatu, support to create the necessary fiscal room? And then, Honourable Chairperson, on IEJ, your submission highlights major unfunded pressures, such as the SRD grant, the public sector wage bill, and the SOE support. And my question to you is, which of these pressures proposes the greatest immediate fiscal risk, and what sequencing of reforms do you, as organization, recommend? To Amandla Moby, Honourable Chairperson, Amandla argued that the SRD grant remains below the food poverty line and does not prevent hunger. What revenue or reprioritization options do you believe could realistically fund an increase to at least the poverty line? And then the last one, Honourable Chair, is on PEP. You suggested that fiscal outcomes are increasingly determined by SARB's disinflation stance rather than government policy. How should Parliament strengthen oversight so that monetary and fiscal policy operate in a coordinated and democratically accountable manner? I think, Honourable Chair, that was that is my questions. There was one or two, but I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Charles. Honourable Brez.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody on the platform. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, coming to COSATU, once again, it is good to see our friend Matthew from COSATU. The previous time that we've met, I said to COSATU, well, frighteningly, I agree with him at that stage. Well, unfortunately, today I'm going to differ from COSATU, and not only from COSATU, but also from the Budget Coalition, Budget Justice Coalition, sorry. COSATU made the following statement on slide 4, and I'm going to quote, "We are deeply concerned that the Reserve Bank will continue to deny badly needed repo rate relief to millions of highly indebted working and middle-class families." And BJC also said the low inflation target will enforce high interest rates for longer, constrain nominal GDP increase, cost of government borrowing, and suppress investment. Now, Honourable Chair, I do not see any evidential basis for these presentations and submissions other than opinion. And I think, quod homines tot sententiae, as the old Latins used to say, so many people, so many opinions, that is only opinion. Let's look at the fact, or the facts on the table. Maybe these concerns by both these entities is premature. Reserve Bank will only announce the new repo rate tomorrow, and normally the repo rate follows the inflation. Now, if I understand correct, ideally the repo rate is 2.5% higher than in the inflation rate, so the new inflation rate band gives leeway to the Reserve Bank to lower the interest rate. So over the short as well as medium term, we will likely see a reduction in interest rates. But it goes a bit further. South Africa is off the grey list, and I think that is a cause and reason to celebrate. We have also a better credit rating as a result of the medium-term budget policy statements, and that contradicts both COSATU and BJC's arguments to a certain extent. Then if we go to the Institute for Economic Justice, you've made the statement that government must reduce its spending on infrastructure so that they can borrow less and less. But then you contradict yourself and that statement. If you look at slide number 9 of your presentation, where you propagate that government is not investing enough in infrastructure. So which one is it now? Do you want less spending on infrastructure or more spending on infrastructure? Because both cannot be correct. But the argument inherently is flawed. Historical examples show that worldwide, where there's more investment in infrastructure, there is more job creation, unless you are against job creation. And that might be disingenuous, because that is what we need right now, is to create more employment opportunities for South Africans. Investment in infrastructure is also a driver of economic activity. So I do not follow your arguments in that regard. Then we come to the Alternative Information and Development Center. A question that I also have for the IDC: how do you want to lower the repo interest rates if you oppose low inflation rate? It doesn't make sense. And I can't follow your argument in this regard. You also advocate for higher taxes for the so-called rich, and you even made the proposal that the GEPF should invest in government bonds. Now, bond yields are directly influenced by the very factors that you are opposing. So maybe you should rethink that line of argument. Then we come to the public economy project. On the slide, monetary dominance, you made the following statement, and I'm quote, whilst the households benefit from slower erosion of purchase power, households with high debt burdens experience the opposite effect. Slow nominal wage growth raises the real cost of debt servicing. Now, the point side is that the low inflation rate enables a lower repo interest rate, thus lowering the debt burdens you are speaking of, and thus having a balancing effect. So maybe that you should consider that balancing effect. And then we come to Amandla Mobi. Now, once again, Amandla Mobi, welcome. Good to see you again. But listening to your presentation, they did not differ much from the previous presentations that you've made in the previous budget cycle. To a certain extent, I've heard cut, copy, and paste in a large portion of your presentation. But you could criticize National Treasury for not doing enough to rescue people from hunger. You point out that the SDR grant is below the food poverty line, but yet you advocate for sugar drinks tax of 20%. Once again, you've done that in the previous cycle also. Now, isn't the net effect of all items containing sugar will be made totally unaffordable by your proposal of a 20% tax to the poor? We don't want to punish poor people. It's not their fault that they are poor, but we cannot introduce taxes that's going to punish them even more. So it's an open question. Then lastly, you also said, once again, and you've made this point before in the previous budget cycle, that the rich people must be taxed higher, increase personal income tax. But once again, National Treasury as well as the FFC answered this specific point of presentation in the previous budget cycle, and they've mentioned you by name, and they've indicated that there's estate or tax on deceased estates, there's property tax, and there's property transfer duty, which is already a form of higher taxes for richer people. Or do you also advocate for the increase of these already so-called rich tax? Now, the net wealth tax is already part of the tax system in the form of the taxes payable on deceased estates. And then also remember, it was also pointed out in the previous budget cycle that pardon, to increase taxes leaves a certain category without or with less spendable money. Now, that puts a strain on economic activity. Domestic expenditure is already a high driver of the GDP. So if we take out the cash in hands of individuals, that will have an influence of how much money is spent in the economy, and eventually that will decrease the GDP directly or indirectly. So consider those aspects. And with that, Madam Chair, that is my story.
Thanks very much, Honorable Brett. I saw the name of Zindle Chuku. Can I be assisted, honorable members, before I call upon Honorable Maute? Honorable Maute, can you also change the hand of yours, because you will blame us to say we are not noting you. If the screen is somehow then going to give us a problem. Can Honorable Zindle speak, please? Then Honorable Maute will come.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. Yes, I did raise my hand because Honorable Member Sugwadi had a first question that wasn't clear, and I only caught his second, so I wanted him to please repeat his first question to Amandla.Mobi, so I can then respond. Yeah, do so. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Thanks. Honorable Maute.
Thank you, Chair. Black is beautiful. And we must be very proud of being black. That's why my hand is black. Chair, let me welcome let me welcome the presentations and greet everybody on the platform, colleagues and honorable members of parliament and colleagues from various sectors, stakeholders. So, Chair, when the World Bank says that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world, they are simply saying we've got super rich people in South Africa and we've got super poor people in South Africa. Like there's no two ways about it. So when we call for the taxing more of the rich, it's precisely to respond to that call by the World Bank, because there's a report that all of us we know about. So the question is, what then are we doing about it? We will never ever bridge the gap between the rich and the poor for as long as we keep on wanting to tax the poor. So that is my first point. Chair, I want to welcome the presentation by COSATU. They've covered us in the main, and so is other progressive stakeholders. But I want to say to COSATU, I did not hear a submission on the inflation targeting that is announced by the minister and its consequences or implications on our people, particularly looking at the economy that is not growing. I mean, you correctly said our economy has not grown by 2% for more than a decade, which is scientific. It has been proven. We all agree. And then now, what then becomes your submission in that regard? One. Number two, the SRD. So the SRD, we keep on really, for the lack of a better word, playing with the emotions of our people. It's now extended to March 2027. So what does it then mean after March 2027? Are we not saying to our people, we want to give you this bread, but we keep on bringing it closer to the mouth and taking it back again? And when we ask that question to National Treasury, there's no solid response from them to say, what is the future of SRD in the country? And Chair, lastly, to both COSATU and Amandla Mobi, and those who, like us, were calling for the taxing of the rich, what progressive taxes should National Treasury implement instead of this reliance on regressive tax of wanting to tax the poor? I mean, they came with VAT, which was defeated. Then it came fuel levy. And so National Treasury seems to be all the time taking the route of the easy target, which is taxing the poor and leaving the rich not being taxed. So what taxes can you recommend that National Treasury needs to look at by way of addressing this issue of super rich and super poor people in the country? We honestly can't continue the status quo for as long as we've got reports from the World Bank that says that South Africa is the most unequal society in the world. And we as members of parliament have got the responsibility to assist government to come up with laws that will see to it that we address that particular concern. That will be all from my side, Chair. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Maude. Now goes back to the stakeholders. Let's start with COSATU. Everyone will take their questions.
Chair, I thought there was sort of for the interjection.
Oh, the questions from your side?
Yes, from Amandla Mobi before they respond.
Oh, okay. I thought he said he's covered. No, okay, you can rephrase your question, Musipati.
No, I'm not rephrasing it. They spoke about reallocation.
Okay.
They said beyond tax commitments, I think it's page 12. Beyond the tax commitments, we call for reallocating expenditure and minimizing government irregular expenditure. It's them who said that. They spoke about reallocation on page 12. Thanks.
Okay. COSATU, let's start with responses. We don't have enough time. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks to members. Let me just gallop through it. Chair, look, I think we understand the logic of having to balance and to manage issues of debt. We don't want to fall into the debt trap like other African countries, manage the issue of the deficit, and we hear the issue of surplus. Our concern, Chair, is that what should be our priority? And our priority must be an economy which is sitting at 1% economic growth for 2 decades. We need to take it to 3% growth, and we need to make sure we create jobs. We can't continue to normalize a 40% plus unemployment rate. Yes, we must manage other things, but I think for us, those are the 2 fundamental issues. And again, we feel, Chair, that when you focus on budget cuts, we actually cripple public services, we actually deny stimulus to the economy, and we make it more difficult to create jobs. Chair, on the issue of the inflation target, look, I think for us it's about balancing multiple issues. We can't just be a one-trick pony. And our fear is that by reducing the inflation rate, is the Reserve Bank going to just simply sit back and keep the repo rate at a high level? In the past 3 years, we've seen the repo rate jump by 475 basis points. That's really suffocated the economy. It's made it even more difficult for workers, for the middle class to manage their debts. And the economy needs stimulus. We need to give relief to workers. So we need to have an engagement with the Reserve Bank that says, yes, you manage the inflation rate. We must keep it low, fine, because inflation hurts the poor, hurts workers. But we must equally manage economic growth. We must create stimulus. We must create jobs. We must make it easier for people to pay off the debt, etc. So the fear is that inflation now is about 3.4%. Does that mean the Reserve Bank won't give any repo rate relief for the next 2 years? That's something we can't afford. We should actually be having at least 4 repo rate cuts over the next year, at least. Chair, I want to agree with Honourable Ryder and even to Honourable Mashungai yesterday. There is significant progress on many fronts, and not small things, big things. And I think everybody's collectively worked towards it in different vantage points. The grey listing, the turnaround at load shedding, at Transnet, at Metrorail, the turnaround at SARS, 250,000 jobs in the last 3 months. And we must commend those achievements. We must exploit them, build upon them, etc. But again, Chair, we can't celebrate anything if we have 1% growth, if we have 42% unemployment, if we have really struggling public and municipal services. So our point, Chair, is not to nag, but to say we must do much better and much faster. We are sitting in a ticking time bomb. Chair, our frustration on SAPA, the Post Bank, Parliament did well to amend those 2 legislative mandates the last term, but we're seeing a horror story in the Post Office. About 2/3 of the staff have been retrenched in the past few years. The busy rescue has not helped. We think it's made issues worse. But we do think, as Honourable Ryder said, the Post Bank and the Post Office can have a good story to tell if they're given that support to reposition Post Office to become a one-stop shop for government services, enter the courier business, the Post Bank to target red-lined consumers in areas, and of course the state to utilise them and so forth. We think they can, like other institutions of the state, can turn around. Chair, just on the international oil price, our position there is that that's obviously the key ingredient for our fuel price regime for obvious reasons. 2018, Jeff Khadebe promised to review the fuel price. 2022, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, the minister, also promised to review the fuel price. Then we went quiet. There was that momentary relief for, I think, 3 months in 2022. We need to review the fuel price. There's a space to reduce it, to ease the cost of transport for commuters, for the economy. But Chair, I think also if we look at the work being done by SCOPA around the Road Accident Fund, it is a horror story. That is state captured by the private sector. It's an industrial site of looting. And if we can get the RAF and RABS bills to Parliament, it can help us set RAF on a sustainable path, etc., help to reduce the fuel price. Chair, on local government, our simple plea is that we've seen the deterioration at an alarming rate in municipalities across the country. Whatever metric you take, it's not a good story. And I think our simple plea is accelerate interventions, be it around capacitation, removing criminal elements, fixing supply chain management, dealing with corruption, as proposed in the MTBPS, interventions around water service delivery, electricity, etc., the billing, collecting of bills, etc. And of course, a new funding model, etc. So we need to do something quickly. Chair, to Honourable Van Rooyen, look, I mean, we're amongst those who are quick to criticize correctly, so as COSATU, but we do want to say we do see inputs from our side, at least, and others being listened to by government and Parliament. Not as fast as we would love, naturally, but if we can point to GFREC and we call for tapping into some of the reserves in a sustainable manner, we We had worked with Parliament around fast-tracking the GILA Law Bill Act around the FATF. It took us some years to get the two-part reform through this committee. We got it through. The ESCOM debt relief of R250 billion, the infrastructure package of R1 trillion. And Chair, we had a lot of heated fights. I think all of us were on the same page this year, saying don't do VAT hikes, rather give SARS more money to improve tax compliance. So I think, Chair, I mean, without us being in a bongi, we don't want to be in a bongi for anybody, but we can see the value. It does take time, it is frustrating, but for us it's worthwhile having these engagements. But I think where we agree with Honourable Van Roy is that we need to do much better on public employment programs and industrial financing to really get the economy growing. Chair, just galloping towards the end, on public services, I think, Chair, a simple call is that we shouldn't just view public services as an expenditure item. It's an investment in society. So SARS has shown you, if you appoint competent management, if you remove corrupt elements, you fill vacancies, you invest in the infrastructure capacity, society gathers the rewards. Workers benefit from improved services, the economy grows, and that generates the taxes the state ultimately needs to fund them. So the same logic must apply to home affairs, to police, to health, to education, to roads, water, etc., etc. We do think, Chair, that we've been making this noise for some time, and we're glad this year it got through, looking for the ghost posts, expenditure review, prioritize funding frontline services. And I think, Chair, for us, we really want to see, investing in SARS. We don't think there's a need for VAT hikes. We would oppose that strenuously. We don't think we can accept increasing taxes upon the working or middle classes. And we need to adjust PIT brackets for them, for inflation. We think there is a need to reduce tax loopholes for the wealthy, but especially to share, some of these tax issues, Honourable Mate, we must do it and they're abused, but sometimes they generate small amounts of money. I think for us, the key things, because we need large amounts of money, is to give SARS more support to tackle illicit goods, whether it's tobacco, alcohol, fuel, petrol, etc., to tackle imports coming through our ports of entry, which are undervalued at shocking amounts. And SARS has shown you they can do it. They've improved tax compliance from 61 to 66% in the past few years under the current commissioner's team. Let's give a target of 75% by the end of the MTEF. That will generate an additional 20 billion rand of existing taxes owed to the state. That can resolve multiple crises, can fix the state, address the balance sheet, but more critically, stimulate growth, create jobs, improve public services. I think for us, that's the critical thing. And if you look, Chair, in this past year, they've improved at SARS tax revenue collection by 9%. Revenue is up by nearly 20 billion rand. So I think for us is to give them more and, of course, to hold them accountable. Chair, lastly to Honourable Mate, I think on the SOD grant, look, it has many issues, but it's provided a lifeline to 8 million unemployed persons. It's only once been adjusted for inflation since 2020, which is beyond shameful. We should be adjusting for inflation this year and having a pathway to raise it to the food poverty line, and of course to link as participants to skills training opportunities, to job opportunities where it's possible, and of course to transform it into a BIG over time. But I think for us, there's a mixed bag. There's progress, but also, Chair, given the economic crisis we're in, there's not enough progress. So let me stop there, Chair. I know you gave me lots of time, and apologies for abusing your hospitality. Thanks, Chair, members.
Yeah, I can see that you are abusing my hospitality. Now, can we go to the Budget Justice Coalition? Is there any question for you that you want to clarify?
Thank you, Chair. I'll respond to some of the questions directed to us. I think the first one was from Honourable Sekwati about whether the budget surplus will unlock development, if I'm understanding the question correctly. I think our view is that although the budget surplus may reduce the cost of debt, we think that actually the projects and the work and the priorities that are, sort of at what cost. So where schools aren't built, where libraries aren't built, where maintenance isn't done, those projects will become more and more expensive. They don't go away. So, to what extent is debt cheaper, but projects more expensive? I'm not sure, but our question is at what cost? Honourable Ryder, I think we did acknowledge the progress, but I think our point is that more needs to be done. On ensuring that spending money, the money reaches its targets and all of that. I think that's, it is important to consider. And I think we had the impression that perhaps the TARS mechanism might assist here, but this would require sort of careful consideration of the cuts and assessment of impacts and implications. We're not really seeing that. We're not really seeing that in this first round of sort of TARS outcomes. And I think there are various issues. I don't think we've got to the bottom of them. There's capacity constraints, there's corruption. Just as a quick example, in water and sanitation, we see that there are huge vacancies for engineers. We know we need engineers, but when you look closer at the documents, you see vacancies in recruitment and HR. So these cuts sort of filter through departments in different ways and definitely constrain their ability to deliver services and resolve some of the issues that perhaps Honourable Wright is raising. On the insufficient reporting, I think just to clarify, our slide was specifically speaking about procurement. We've been advocating for some time for more transparency in procurement to enable civil society and the public to understand a bit more about the projects that are being undertaken by government. And I think, we are still in the process of looking at that new dashboard. It isn't very user-friendly, but it will take us some time. But yeah, in general, I think we recognize the budget is complex and this process is very short, and it isn't always easy to find the information that we need. But we do appreciate that National Treasury does produce a lot of information, and they are often quick and responsive when we ask questions. So we do appreciate that, but of course more can be done. And we welcome the introduction of the fiscal literacy program that will be launched in 2026. On the fuel price, I think, in a way this demonstrates uncertainty. I think it isn't an exact science. There are lots of factors at play, and we are engaging in good faith. Honourable Van Rooyen, thank you. I think that is a concern. We are trying to get more people to participate in the budget, and that is sometimes the response is that the proposals aren't adequately considered, and I think we would like to see more on this to understand where some of these recommendations go and how they are being incorporated into the thinking that informs the budget. Honourable Brits, I think to say there's no evidence that the interest rates could rise or what the negative impacts would be. I think Treasury actually admits that the short-run impacts will be negative. I think the IMF report speaks about a decline in nominal GDP and 100,000 jobs, and they do agree that the long-run benefits outweigh these short-run costs, but they depend on a whole lot of assumptions, and those assumptions are about fiscal discipline, which makes it much more difficult for Treasury to respond to any shocks, to provide any cushioning for poor households who are impacted by higher interest rates. And of course, the pressures that we see rising year after year, that makes it difficult for Treasury to maintain their sort of fiscal projections. I think, we hear a lot about investment. I think for us, it's not necessarily a sort of a simple concept. We're talking about specifically investment in job-intensive sectors, not just in financial markets. We need to see more manufacturing, agro-processing, and as we understand, these sectors often rely on access to capital. I think also the comments about the same proposals over and over again. I think, part of this is that we acknowledge some of the positive changes, but we're sort of seeing the same over and over again in the framework. So our response is the same. And that is, the framework sort of suggests that if we attract investment, jobs and revenue will follow. And we aren't really seeing the results. It's becoming more and more difficult for us to explain to the communities that we engage with that progress is being made. It's not evident in their lives, so that's just a comment on that. I think I've covered everything that was directed at us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Institute for Economic Justice.
Thank you, Chair. There were 3 questions that were asked in reference to the IEJ's presentation. I would like to take them all. The first one was from Honorable Ryder, in which he said that we're poorly researched in our claim that we are in line with our peers in terms of debt, and perhaps the starting point would be to look at the sources. The sources we have used, the latest available data would of course be for 2024. What the honorable member can look at is the report by UNCTAD on the world of debt, the report by IMF on fiscal, the IMF fiscal monitor, and on the World Bank, basically on that database. So the claim we are making is that our debt to GDP level is at normal levels and in line with our peers. The average range for debt to GDP amongst emerging market economies and upper middle income countries, which is South Africa, is at our peers, of course, are countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Brazil, Thailand, the Philippines, Colombia. The average range there is between 70 to 75%. As it stands, South Africa's debt to GDP levels are at 78%, which shows that we are basically in line with the average. But then the claim we are making is that our interest payments as a share of the GDP are high compared to our peers. The claim we are making is that our real interest rate, so the interest rate, for example, on the 10-year South African government bond, when you adjust for inflation, is relatively high compared to our peers. And those that are at the highest are countries such as Mozambique, Uruguay, and the likes. But we are really pushing back that this claim is incorrect. We believe it is correct given the data we have assessed. The second question was by Honorable Swart, and he pointed out on the major unfunded pressures, which we said there were at least 3, and the question was, what sequencing of reforms do we recommend in order to deal with or at least incorporate these major unfunded pressures? With the SRD grant, we have been looking at the development. So the development, the Department of Social Development was supposed to have completed a policy on basic income grant, which is what a SRD grant is supposed to be committed to, and it was supposed to be developed by the start of 2025. But our intel tells us that this has been rejected by cabinet. We also know in National Treasury is finalizing and has been finalizing the policy on work conditionality, attaching it to the social relief of distress grant. This is incomplete, which maybe partly explains why the grant has been extended. So the reform there is clear. It would be even if you are not set on a SRD grant or a UBIC, it would be prudent to budget for it over the medium term and not just simply stop it in 2027, because once in 2028 and in 2029 it is concluded that the SRD grant or a basic income grant will be in place, then the National Treasury might claim that, okay, this was unbudgeted for and it takes us off our fiscal ratios, which really shows how fragile they are. Secondly, on compensation of employees, obviously we are not experts on what the adequate compensation of public employees should be, but again, there should be a clear policy on what it will look like in the upcoming years, incorporating things like inflation and the need to increase the headcounts. And then on state-owned enterprises, what we have seen is that the National Treasury has basically been reactive sensitive to the debt and liquidity needs of state-owned enterprises, and there is not yet a wholesale policy on how this will be dealt with in the future. So, for example, if another crisis arises in the case of a state-owned enterprises, are they committing to support it? We're not claiming that they should, but there should be a clear policy on what will be happening going forward. So these are our contentions. And then lastly, to Honorable Brits, we are with you, Honorable Brits, in that more investments leads to more jobs, and maybe there was a bit of a misunderstanding on our presentation, because what we presented in the first page of our presentation was that this has been the claim that has been made to argue for austerity, that infrastructure spending should be cut. We are saying it should not be cut, in fact it should be increased, but of course the belief was that if it was reduced at least in the short term, then in the longer term it will provide more fiscal space for there to be an increase in infrastructure. And we are saying no, there should be more infrastructure spending by government and by state-owned enterprises, as this will lead to more jobs, and this will lead to higher economic growth and the like. So maybe there was a bit of misunderstanding, but we are definitely with you on that argument. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Alternative Information and Development.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the questions. So just to start off, Treasury themselves say that a narrowing of an inflation target will result in a contraction of economic growth in the short term. And to clarify, AIDC is not against low and moderate inflation. We are opposed to a low inflation target. There's a difference between low inflation and a low inflation target. And I think that distinction is important to be making. Under a low inflation target, there is lower revenue and lower nominal GDP. So this lower revenue and lower nominal GDP has been incorporated into the MTBPS, which Treasury has written. And this will result in is an increase in the debt to GDP ratio, at least in the short term, and possibly even in the long term. So the ministers are referring to an anticipation around an interest rate cut by the South African Reserve Bank. But this is important to note in the current context. We are currently in a low inflation environment, but under this inflation environment, there is increased room to be having cuts to the interest rate. But if the inflation target is set to 4.5% rather than 3%, then there's more room and more space for the SARB to be decreasing interest rates more drastically, which will result in reducing levels of government debt more directly, but it will also lead to increasing household disposable income and increases in GDP. But so under this low inflation targets, it doesn't look too bad, according to the SARB, in terms of increasing interest rate shocks. But what we aren't looking carefully enough is about the risk of supply side shocks. So when these supply side shocks come about, and Treasury acknowledges some of these risks, such as increased tariffs, then what the SARB will do is that they will increase interest rates as a response to this. I think one of the honourable members mentioned, I think it was decreases to the oil price. I need to be looking into this a bit more, but if inflation has not been driven, but if oil prices have been decreasing, then this is because, and then this would explain the lower inflation environment that we are in. And also there was a question about the GEPF. So we are arguing that the GEPF can play an important role because, and I think it is necessary to note that there is reasonable demand for government bonds, and using this strong bond auction demand to push yields down can lower interest rates, and by allowing the GPF to invest more in government bonds as opposed to offshore investments can help bring these interest rates down. So these are more direct ways to influence the cost of government borrowing. There was a comment made about needing to interrogate evidence, about the ideological positions of the organizations presenting. And we really welcome an interrogation of evidence and to ensure that what the factors influencing fiscal policy and economic policy are empirically grounded. What we do know is that GDP growth is revised down in this financial year, and even with improvements in the primary budget surplus. In addition to GDP growth being revised downwards, what we are seeing is that debt servicing costs will still continue to crowd out expenditure for health, education, and social protection. And these are all very important forms of spending, especially when it comes to the decline in the public service headcounts, which I spoke about in my presentation. So we need to question whether this approach to adopt austerity, both in terms of the type of monetary policy, but also in terms of the budget cuts that are applied, are allowing us to invest in the necessary public programs that are needed for improvements in people's lives. So other things that we can be looking at is how have reforms such as Operation Vulindlela and this fiscal trajectory, how have they improved gross fixed capital formation or unemployment? And what we can see from the data is that gross fixed capital formation continues to decline, and unemployment levels are very similar to what they were when Operation Vulindlela began. We also note that this forecast of GDP growth is set at 2% in 2028-2029, but the World Bank themselves say that 2% growth is insufficient to address poverty and unemployment. So we need to question whether this fiscal trajectory is truly supportive of the growth that we need to be addressing not only important indicators for ensuring that people's lives improve, but also to match the fiscal policy and economic policy with NDP targets. There was also a question around how are we going to fund increases to social relief or distress grants, and this can be done through cancelling this medical aid subsidy, this grant that's given to I think it's the 12% highest earning South Africans, and by doing this, we can double the allocation to the SRD grant. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Public Economic Project, PEP. Is there any question for you? Okay.
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, thank you. There were two questions for me. So first, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to respond and for listening to each other, especially in the context of a coalition government. We at the Public Economy Project, to the point about ideology, I think we are very much evidence-based. We're transparent in terms of the data and methodology we use, and we don't make a priori arguments, and we're guided by the South African Constitution insofar as our commitment to ensuring that the public economy is shared by the public and all people. Honorable Swart, to your question, let me begin by emphasizing that improving coordination doesn't mean undermining the independence of the South African Reserve Bank. Independence has many merits and virtues. The issue of transparency is really what we're talking about, and ensuring that monetary and fiscal decisions work together to support South Africa's overall development objectives. Regarding what steps Parliament could take, yourselves as the joint finance committees, one is to request perhaps even a note on monetary fiscal coordination at a particular juncture during the year, maybe around the MTBPS and or the budget review. This would probably be the most impactful intervention. It would require Treasury to spell out clearly how changes in the interest rate, the policy rate set by the bank, inflation, and the repo path affect revenue, debt service costs, and the spending ceiling, because there clearly is a relationship, and we're seeing it very explicitly in this particular MTBPS. And also how fiscal decisions respond to monetary developments and what trade-offs have to be made to accommodate these decisions. Right now, monetary policy has a decisive impact on the fiscal framework, but the interaction is largely implicit. We need to make it explicit. So a note on how the coordination works would also strengthen Parliament's oversight role. The second thing Parliament could consider, and yes, Parliament does have frequent meetings with the SARB and the Treasury, but perhaps we could have joint briefings with the SARB and the Treasury. Many countries do this without compromising the central bank's independence. This allows institutions to explain in front of the public who they are accountable to, and to Parliament, appointed by the public really, how their decisions interact, what risks they see, and how they plan to support growth and stability, not just price stability, but also growth that is shared. So this allows for improved predictability and avoids contradictory signals. We shouldn't only have the central bank responding to investors and the banking sector following the decision made by the MPC. There needs to be an accountability to the overall public, because the overall public is affected by these decisions. And thirdly, we could have fiscal scenarios linked to alternative monetary paths. So, for instance, we had over the past 5 years, 5 years or so, probably 6 years, the central bank targeting the midpoint of the target range with regards to inflation, so the midpoint of the range, as opposed to keeping it just below the upper point of the range. The Parliamentary Budget Office in the year 2018 noted this, but there wasn't much public commentary on this and the fiscal implications following from this. So I believe there are steps that South Africa can take as Parliament to ensure that there's improved coordination and transparency around that. The second question was from Honourable Brits. Honourable Brits, low inflation does slow the erosion of purchasing power, and that's positive, right? So low inflation means whatever savings workers have or the public has isn't worth that much less in 2 years' time, right? But the effect is very different for households that are currently highly indebted, because wages grow more slowly in a low inflation environment. Existing debt becomes more difficult to service if your wage only grows by 3% instead of 6%. Right, so the real cost of servicing that debt actually rises, and this is a mathematical reality. More of the household budget goes to debt repayments and less to consumption. This reduces aggregate demand and directly contributes to weaker VAT collections. So the benefits and the costs of disinflation fall on different groups, and Parliament must weigh both of these. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PEP Amanda Mobi.
Thank you, Chair, for that. I think I'll begin by addressing Honourable Sigwati's question, and it was along the lines of irregular and waste spending. Yeah. We actually were doing a call. We're saying our call was that government must minimize irregular expenditure and wastage, and take greater measure and action in making sure that there is less wasteful expenditure. For example, we are in a position where every time there is any form of irregular spending, we are asked by our members, why these things keep happening while the grant can be increased and taken to the BIG. For example, there was the DSD had a 3 million expenditure of a trip to New York, and the only thing they've faced so far in terms of consequences is that they should explain. So every time we see this and every time our members see these on the news, then we are asked, those questions are posed to us. So we're speaking to that. And I think the second question that was asked was that what is the impact of the SRD? What is the impact? I think he wanted us to comment of what we've observed in terms of the impact of the SRD so far. And the start of having the SRD 370 is good. However, we have been stating that it does need to go higher. It needs to be to first be taken up to the point of to be below the poverty line of 760, and then taken to a BIG of 1,500. And that is also, I think, linked to Honorable Paul Swart's question, which was he was asking that where should the revenue that funds the SRD grant from 370 to 760 come from. And we have been very consistent all along that we need to start taxing the super rich, and we base this, of course, from a survey done by Oxfam that there is a willingness of millionaires that they would support, that South Africans millionaires that will support a tax wealth of 2% to fund social programs. And we keep on stating on this point that South Africa cannot always be cited as the most unequal country in the world. A country such as ours should not be having children dying from malnutrition. It should not have been mothers who are pregnant having stunted babies. We should do better than that. And then secondly, I think I'll go to a question that was posed by Umpile Moate. It was, what progressive taxes should National Treasury implement? What can we look? And we did in our terms, I think on a slide, we said that we continue to call on the committee to support implementing more taxes for the super rich, including an annual tax of 2 to 5%. South Africa cannot continue to be in the same ditch of being the same or the most unequal country in the world. And we said that this, for the most part, would take off the burden from the poor. It would mean that social programs are getting the support they need, and it would end poverty. It would reduce poverty significantly, and it would also reduce malnutrition. Yes, and then I'll go to another one. Just hold on. Okay, there was another one. I think it was from Honorable Henny. It was about the 20% tax of sugary drinks, and he said that we cannot punish the poor. Our view is that when you are regulating the sugar industry properly, you will not be punishing the poor. You would actually be decreasing the burden on our national health. We spend billions of money. We've spent a lot of money because we have to spend money on non-communicable diseases. We have to fund obesity problems associated with obesity, and we also a lot of people are struggling with type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. That is why it's worth discouraging the industry by taxing it more, so that we deal with less of the problem in our national health. Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much, Zinhle. And then it is Honorable Maute, not Moate. Thank you very much. Honourable members, I think the term is behind us, so we now go into the second session of the remaining stakeholders to do their submissions. I'll start with the Breadline Africa. I see on the chat, Leanne, who said is the one who's going to do the presentation. Can you quickly do that in 10 minutes, please? Then followed by Families for Children, Saika, South African Brewery, and Dr. Mena. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members. Can you see my screen?
Yes, please. You should be done by 11:30. Thank you.
I will, no problem. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present Breadline Africa's submission and our recommendations here today. Just first, by way of introduction, we are one of South Africa's leading infrastructure organizations with a focus on early education. We are registered as a not-for-profit entity. We have been present in South Africa for more than 32 years, and in that period of time, we have placed more than 2,500 educational infrastructures, serving 350,000 plus children across the country. To us, and I believe to the nation, early childhood development is really important. Currently, about 21 million people live in South Africa who are under the ages of 18 years old. These are the future workers of this country. And we believe that early childhood development equals the foundation for education, productivity, and poverty reduction of our country. So the challenge we are facing in this sector currently is that historically there has been an underinvestment in ECDs. So we have a huge backlog at the moment where more than 1 million children in the age group 3 to 5 are excluded from attending ECD centers and therefore structured learning within the center. The recently released Thrive by 5 index shows that only 42% of the children who are in the ECD centers are on track for early learning according to their ages, and sadly 20% of those outside of the centers only are on track. The consequences of this is severe. We have significant levels of poor literacy and numeracy in the country. We see a 40% dropout rate before matric, and 37% of our young people age group 15 to 24 are out of both education and employment, which consistently lead to further unemployment and repeated poverty cycles. We believe that the solution is to universalize early childhood development access by 2030. However, that means the establishment of 115,000 new centers. So the challenge is immense. We know that government has made significant commitments with approximately 10 billion committed for the ECD programs, and we welcome the increase in the subsidy per child and also the 2 billion investment in the e-care systems that enable better administration and registration, and therefore making sure more centers than currently can get access to the subsidy. We believe that public-private partnerships are essential for scale and sustainability, and as Breadline, we would like to play a role working hand in hand with both public and private sector. So what do we see as our role? What we are good at is to mobilize the not-for-profit sector and also bring on board businesses for co-investment. However, we do face some challenges. We do face bureaucratic hurdles in terms of zoning, as well as health and safety approval. So even when we sometimes have the funding available to establish a new ECD center, we spend months, if not more than a year, to make sure we obtain the adequate approvals because the system is taking a lot of time. We also do see capacity gaps in planning and spending of the various subsidies, particularly those available through the provincial and the local infrastructure grants. And we see difficulties in accessing the public funds that are available for infrastructure through collaboration with municipalities. So we have 3 recommendations. within our submissions. First of all, prioritize ECD infrastructure, recognize it as a fiscal priority, and ring-fence aspects of the municipal infrastructure grant for ECDs. So basically, treat ECD infrastructure as an eco priority to water and sanitation. Second priority, streamline processes. Include ECDs in public-private frameworks and reduce government red tape and bureaucracy. So really seize this opportunity to invest in South Africa's future. The third recommendation is to strengthen local government capacity and allocate funding for ECD planning as well as management, and build capacity on local level for compliance and maintenance. And with all of that said, Breadline Africa stands ready to partner with government to deliver both scale and quality. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Breadline Africa. Are you done, ma'am?
I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I heard that there was a nice day. Family for Africa, thanks very much for keeping your time, Breadline Africa. Families for children. We have 10 minutes. Is there anybody from Families for Children?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. My name's Rachel Rosentals. I work for an organization called Lalanati. And good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members, and stakeholders. Sorry. This is a joint submission from Families for Children, a consortium of 3 organizations, Lalanati, Tandanani Children's Foundation, and Singakwenza. The South African Parenting Program Implementers Network, SAPN, which is a national network made up of 24 registered NGOs, and the South African National Child Rights Coalition, SANCRC, which is made up of 120 non-profit organizations within South Africa. Together, we represent over 150 organizations across the country serving children and families. Together, as a coalition, we share a vision, and our vision is that every baby born in South Africa has an equal opportunity. And they have this equal opportunity because they receive nurturing care. And the nurturing care is made up of health, adequate nutrition, responsive caregiving, safety and security, and opportunities for early learning. Children have or receive this nurturing care because the government enables nurturing care by providing leadership, policies, and funds to universalize services across these 5 domains. This means parents are thus able to overcome risks and adversities and provide nurturing care across all these 5 domains. In this presentation, we use the term parents to refer to all caregivers who are responsible for any part of child development. So if parents are able to provide nurturing care, as a result, children can grow and develop to their full potential. And this means that inclusive human capital is nurtured, intergenerational deprivations end, and sustainable development can be achieved. Why does early childhood development matter? And when I'm talking about early childhood development, we're talking about the first 2,000 days shape lifelong health, learning, and well-being. 90% of the child's brain development happens in this time, and investing early results in better school outcomes, productivity, and well-being. Children thrive when they have good health, adequate nutrition, responsive caregiving, safety and security, and opportunities for early learning. And parents and caregivers are those primary providers of nurturing care. We tend to, in South Africa, see early childhood development sometimes in a narrow education focus, and our goal is to expand that view. Our concerns are that there is a significant nurturing care deficit in South Africa. And my colleague's presentation before shows the impact of that. This is negatively affecting and impacting children's development. And this is because parents are not getting the support they need, because securing the services to enable parent-provided nurturing care is not recognized as a fiscal priority. And the necessary leadership and coordination governance and institutional arrangements needed to ensure that the required combination of services that parents and primary caregivers need to reduce this care deficit in the country are not in place universally for parents. So our ask is specific. We'd like Parliament to make universalization of parenting support to enable nurturing care and protection for children a fiscal priority, to be recognized and advanced by all organs of state in the medium term. We'd also like our recommendations are for leadership and statewide planning. The Office on the Rights of the Child be moved to the Presidency and adequately resourced, as required by the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child concluding observations, to ensure that all organs of state prioritize, fund, and provide their share of the services that they are mandated to provide in terms of our current policies and laws to enable family-centered nurturing care to all children in our country. Our recommendation is to fulfill existing policy mandates through TARS. The Department of Health scale the provision of parenting support for responsive caregiving and opportunities for early learning through primary health services provided to parents. The Departments of Basic Education and Social Development consolidate and expand the provision of parenting support programs to ensure population coverage across the life course, to reduce the nurturing care deficit that underpins our stalled human capital development. And the South African Social Security Agency implement a pre-child support grant registration process for pregnant women to enable immediate and early access to this essential material support once infants are born. The child support grant is available. It's not being taken up early enough, and we need to fix that. Ring-fence funding to provinces and local government, guarantee funds for essential parenting support services. So we need allocations to implement the Department of Health's key responsibilities to provide parenting support through the primary healthcare system, and also ring fencing as per the sector funding policy developed by the Department of Social Development, at least 5% of the total budget of provincial Department of Social Developments to fund prevention and early intervention programs that include parenting programs, family promotion, violence prevention, substance abuse, and social crime prevention. The future of our country depends on how we support our younger citizens now. It is vital for us to recognize and action parenting support as a national budget priority for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for saving enough time. Saika, thank you very much, Families for Children. Saika? Is there anyone from SAICA?
Thank you. I'm over here.
Okay. Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yes, Abutile Seji.
Yes, thank you, honorable members. It's Lesedi Seforo from the Institute of Chartered Accountants. Just having a few issues with my slides, sorry. Everything a few minutes. Oh. Apologies. Oh my my goodness.
Listen, did you know that you are taking your time?
Yes. Sorry, I'm just having some problems with my slides.
You should have asked the secretariat to assist you.
Okay. Apologies. Okay, I think I've fixed it. Can you see?
Yes, you can see.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the patience, honorable members. Lesedi Seforo from the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Mr. Peter Faber helped me with the presentation and the submission. We just like to start off with a few items that we really welcome from National Treasury as coming off the grey list and the recent ratings upgrade from the S&P. And we really appreciate the Ghost Workers initiative that's finally coming off the ground. And really these reforms and this progress from National Treasury is showing the power of collaboration with the civil society as well as interdepartmental collaboration. We know that us coming off the grey list was not just National Treasury's efforts, but there were various other government departments that assisted with that. And that just shows the power of collaboration. We also are welcoming the improvements in the public consultation process. We've attended a few workshops that Treasury has held this year to see and brainstorm on ways that the process can be improved. And we'd also appreciate the reforms for private sector collaboration under Operation Vulindlela. And a big one for us was Treasury's implementation of Section 216 of the Constitution in cases where municipalities had not been paying the water boards as well as ESCOM. We've been calling for that for some time. Moving on to economic growth, we agree with Treasury about these three pillars that they're going to focus on. These are key for economic growth: energy stability, we've got water, sanitation and logistics, and we appreciate the increased infrastructural investment that is going into those places. When we look at the growth estimates by Treasury, they are predicated on increased investment in fixed capital, which we agree with. However, we do have a concern. The reforms under Operation Vulindlela, they are only coming online in terms of actual building and implementation. They're only coming online in 27, 28. And so they may not happen in time for us to realize the growth as per the Treasury estimates. When we speak about the inflation target, my colleagues have spoken to it, that inflation in South Africa is mainly driven by external factors and not spending as much. And so when you go for a lower target, you leave interest rates higher than they should be, and you depress spending, thereby limiting the expected growth from spending. A big concern for us has to do with the energy security. We are happy about ESCOM's finances that have stabilized, and we are having much less load shedding than we have in previous years. We are happy about the investment program and transmission lines. However, you will see in ESCOM's own financial statements, its improved financial performances, not so much because it generated more electricity, but rather the massive tariff increases that we've been seeing. ESCOM itself has estimated that in 2029, 2030, a few of its plants are coming offline, and that will reduce baseload capacity significantly. So we hope that the private sector investments in renewable energy will come online, hopefully before these plants come offline. Otherwise, we face significant risk. Municipal debt still remains an issue. If you will see over here, 40% of ESCOM's revenue comes from municipalities, and these municipalities continue not to pay ESCOM on time, putting it in a very vulnerable position. So our recommendations for Parliament to consider the energy risks to Eskom and the electricity supply, especially considering 2029-2030, and to see if Parliament can address this issue of intergovernmental debt, because you are having one part of the state that is not functioning well, impacting another part of the state. Water infrastructure is another key concern, and we are happy with the progress made by Treasury, especially efforts to reduce water leaks and improve maintenance and investment and better fiscal management for the municipalities. But our concern continues to be with implementation, which is not necessarily something Treasury is in charge of. The culture of non-payment to the water boards remains an issue and has put a few of the water boards close to bankruptcy. And because Treasury implemented Section 216 of the Constitution, where they withheld local government equity share until these municipalities paid the water boards, we really did see improvement. There was a portfolio committee meeting held earlier this year, 2 months ago, with Treasury and the Department of Water and Sanitation that really helped. However, Section 216 is only a temporary measure. Long term, we do need good fiscal management by municipalities and for Treasury to assist with that. We are also seeing that despite the legislation on water and sanitation and the sewage going into rivers, and the enforcement on that is still necessary by the various government departments that are in charge of that. With regards to Transnet and logistics, our main concern is this issue of state guarantees turning into debt. This is exactly the same thing that happened with Eskom over the years, where the guarantees given to it eventually became bailouts. And we don't want the same thing to happen with Transnet, where the assets are significantly less than their liabilities, and it's always in a precarious situation where it is not able to meet its financial obligations. When it comes to tax collections, we are happy about SARS collection efforts so far, as well as the revised compromise initiatives. But we are seeing our questions mainly have to do with the debt book, which is disputed, and there's also an element of the debt book that is undisputed. And we are worried that if SARS does not collect enough from the disputed textbook, then we may have overstated just what targets they are able to meet. And we ask Parliament to question the potential for tax increases that the Minister has said may come if SARS is not able to collect on time, and to also question the quality of the debt book, because it may place an impact on an obligation that SARS is not able to achieve. In conclusion, municipalities remain an issue as far as impacting Eskom and water boards. We do have implementation, but more needs to happen, and energy risks must continue to be managed and addressed. Otherwise, we will not re-industrialize as we are required to do in order to meet our economic growth goals. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Saika. South African breweries.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I will just share my screen for presenting. Okay. Presentation mode. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair, and the Standing Committee of Finance in general, for the opportunity to add into the revision and the proposed fiscal framework for 2025. As you may know, we continue to contribute to the entire budget cycle, including both the tabling of the budget and the medium-term budget statement in particular. In general, what we do like to highlight in the overall conversation in the budget cycle is that excise taxes in general do not have tax certainty. So as a business that needs to plan, we do use the medium-term budget policy statement and the outlook thereof as a gauge for providing tax certainty in general. We do hope, however, that the conversations that the MPs will have with both the South African Revenue Service and the National Treasury, that could change, given that the document in general is able to provide an outlook. We do think in our recommendations that a tax outlook should be on the table. So, like many of the other presenters, we do note that the fiscal environment, as stated by National Treasury, has noted that debt is projected to stabilize, at least in 2025-26, and that the primary surplus is on the cards. There is also an element of revenue performance, in particular in the short term, has exceeded expectations in year. We also think the MTBPS has, in general, also highlighted that there is weakness in economic activity in contrast to there being fiscal stability to some extent, with growth constrained by many structural challenges that Operation Vulindlela in particular has been trying to deal with. They do note that VAT collections have increased considerably, and this is due to real disposable incomes for households pulling their weight through elements of lower inflation and lowered interest rates. But obviously, the household resilience is not necessarily due to economic growth and may not be sustained into the medium term. We do like to infer from that the tax environment must also indeed support the resilience of households, even if it is only to a certain extent during this period. Also, big important highlight is the fact that the efficiencies for SARS in particular have been supported by an allocation of 7 billion rand, and that the revenue collection as earmarked in the budget earlier this year still hasn't been achieved to its full extent, but I think there still needs to be a call to see to what extent revenue efficiencies can pull the 20 billion rand that I think has been put on the table early in this year in budget 2025. Overall, SAB does submit that the excise taxes are able to be linked to inflation based on the sentiment and the outlook provided by the MTBPS. In particular, we highlight 5 key points that point to this. The MTBPS highlights protecting the fiscal anchor in a muted economic environment, increasing excise taxes above inflation during a low growth environment is counterproductive in general to economic growth, undermining the predictability of excise receipts for the fiscus in particular, and also not maintaining the real value of revenue that should support Treasury's commitment to stability and revenue certainty in general from the medium-term outlook. There is a need to support household demand in a low-growth economy. As stated earlier, households are showing resilience, but this isn't necessarily due to economic growth. Increasing consumption taxes don't necessarily help this, and it is counterproductive to increase taxes in a low growth environment. We do think that the short-term revenue overruns do reduce pressure for additional taxation. When revenue collections outperform forecasts, there is a moderate flexibility for Treasury to rethink increasing tax policy or the use of tax policy without jeopardizing fiscal targets in general. Aggressive excise taxes increases that have been historically noted in the budget in general have proven to be counterproductive and have produced diminishing marginal returns for the fiscus. There is a definitely need to build on revenue efficiency measures, and it would be great to hear from SARS in this regard. We know that collections have been held back by some of the legal backlog in this regard, but in this current economic environment, I do think, and in general, SAB does take the view that revenue efficiencies should be earmarked for really stabilizing the revenue gap, if any, in the current and in the next budget. There is a principle of advancing policy certainty and investor confidence in the MTBPS, and that is emphasized through providing predictability across all areas of fiscal policy. We do think we have put on the table, Chair, over the last 3 years, at least providing tax policy certainty in the framework of the MTBPS. We don't know if it has been taken seriously. As one of the MPs has stated, we don't know to what extent our recommendations have been included over time in the thinking of the MTBPS in general. But so far to date, we have not seen any clarity around what that may look like, even in a pilot form, to provide us with greater tax certainty and a tax outlook, given that the MTBPS does provide an outlook in general. So in conclusion, we do note that it is government is on track to achieve its fiscal targets that it set 2 years ago. And given the nature of the highly contested budget 2025 and included in this process, there has been agreement that there needs to be a broad consensus on enhancing public engagement with the national budget. But I think a stretch to that would be to show some inclusiveness in the elements that have taken place in this public participation platform provided by the Standing Committee of Finance. We do see that Treasury does intend on stabilizing debt and is on that path to do that. And we don't think that aggressively increasing taxes needs to be part of that formula. Revenue growth is increasingly driven by efficiencies, and we would love to see feedback from SARS in that regard. And where there are backlogs, is there ways to unblock those so that there is greater efficiencies in that regard. And I think in general, MPPS does focus on the principle of certainty and predictability, and that I think should be extended to providing at least a tax that doesn't receive tax certainty to any extent, an outlook in the medium-term presentation of the MTBPS by the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. At least you're able to save me 2 minutes. Now I go to Dr. Mela, the last one.
Good morning, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. I hope you can see that. I'm going to turn off my video. And if I understand, Chairperson, I have 10 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to start. I'll assume that you can hear me. Thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members. This is obviously a very quick input onto the medium-term budget policy statement. There are very substantive issues to address, but very limited time. I'm going to start on the issue of the proposed change in the inflation target, which has been the focus of my written submission and is the focus of this presentation. Just to start off by saying I do this every year, just to be clear in what capacity I'm presenting. And in the past, I've also encouraged various committees of Parliament to perhaps formalize this process of getting presenters to maybe fill in a form or something saying what capacity they're presenting in and what conflicts of interest they might have. I state here what capacity I'm presenting in and that I have no relevant conflicts of interest, and none of my work presented here or related to this is funded. So first of all, on the process that's been followed for the inflation target change, I think which is actually the biggest concern, I would say it's been a flawed, undemocratic, and arguably unconstitutional process. Ultimately, that's for lawyers to decide. But my own view is that if this were subject to legal challenge, that could well be successful. There's been no public consultation by the Treasury or the Reserve Bank. There have been no public hearings on this matter, and there have been no parliamentary hearings, unless these are supposed to be those hearings, in which case that would be inadequate, because clearly there's not enough time just for this one issue, never mind all the issues. Linked to that is the fact that neither the Reserve Bank nor the National Treasury have provided a consolidated basis for the proposal or decision. There's various working papers, there's various opinion pieces, there's various statements, but nowhere can you find a detailed technical document where either of these organizations says, this is the evidential basis for our decision, which also makes it very hard to engage with the merits of that decision if the two organizations, the public organizations that are supposed to serve the public, have not provided a consolidated basis for that decision. I also want to point out that there are concerns about conflict of interest. To my knowledge, all of the experts' analysis supporting the change was either funded directly or indirectly by the SARB or the National Treasury, or produced by individuals with funding from those institutions. So the reality is that there's been no genuinely independent expert and public interested input to this process, and that's clearly a very serious problem. Honourable members might very fairly ask, why are you only raising this now? Well, honourable members, I have actually raised it in the past. I've written a number of letters to newspapers like Business Day. And earlier this year, the National Treasury arranged a meeting with stakeholders on public consultation about the budget, where I raised this issue again. So I have been raising this for over a year, and National Treasury and the SARB have done nothing about it. One needs to therefore assume that they do not want public consultation. They do not want oversight of this process. I think that's a fair conclusion. But going beyond the process, honourable members, there are substantive reasons to be concerned about the proposal. So I want to be clear that unlike some other stakeholders, I'm not saying I'm for or against the proposal. My concern is with the process, and my concern is with the evidential basis. Ultimately, this is partly a technical decision, but it's also partly a political decision. And those things need to be clearly delineated. But if we don't have a proper process and we don't have clear evidence behind the proposal of the decision, then we can't actually reach a publicly optimal conclusion. Okay. One thing I just want to point out is that one of the arguments that has been put forward by these institutions is kind of self-fulfilling. It essentially suggests that if we adopt a 3% inflation target, then inflation expectations will adjust to that 3% and then it will work. Well, that's true. That could happen. But it could also not happen. It is essentially an assumption which is driving a large part, as far as I can tell, of the modelling results and the logic that the Treasury and the SARB rely on. A particularly provocative aspect of this process has been claims made both by the Governor of the Reserve Bank, the Minister of Finance, and in the MTBPS that the poor are likely to be, and also by some dubious commentary, that the poor are likely to be the significant beneficiaries of this. As far as I know, honourable members, that's completely unsubstantiated and possibly false. If we look at the MTBPS, the figure provided to support that assertion, figure 1.6 in the MTBPS, all it does is show nominal price changes over time. It doesn't show the real cost of living. And to say that poor people are going to benefit, you have to look at the real cost of living. I could elaborate on this if we have time, but we don't, so I'll just leave that point. The last thing I just want to say on this topic is motivated by an article I read yesterday in News 24, which suggests that the change is based on faith in orthodox economics. Honourable members, I have 4 degrees in orthodox economics. I think I'm better qualified than many people in the Treasury or SARB in that area. And I can assure you that orthodox economics can justify all kinds of conclusions about the inflation target. Back in the early 2000s, Joseph Stiglitz, who'd been the chief economist for the World Bank and also a Nobel Prize winner for orthodox economics, said that reducing the inflation target below 10% was like getting a frontal lobotomy to cure a headache. Joseph Stiglitz is an orthodox economist. He's a Nobel Prize winner. Okay, so this is not about orthodox versus heterodox economics. This is about the merits of the decision, both technical and political. Okay, let me move on quickly to the other issues. The first one is the Social Relief of Distress Grant. This is an extremely important social policy. There are millions of beneficiaries in the country who only receive this grant. The MTBPS indicates in passing that this will end in March 2027. There doesn't appear to have been any policy discussion about this. There don't appear to have been any hearings in Parliament about it. But moreover, National Treasury has done this before. They've put it in budget documents before that this grant is going to end, and then it hasn't, from which one must conclude that it doesn't represent a concrete policy position. Now, that's harmful in at least 2 ways. First of all, it's harmful to actual recipients of this grant, who are left with the uncertainty as to whether it's going to be continued or not. But it also harms public finance credibility, because we keep seeing these commitments in the budget documents. And again, when I say the word commitment, please don't think I'm suggesting it's a good thing, but the statement that this grant will end and then it doesn't end. Okay, so clearly there needs to be a more robust process, and these kinds of statements in these budget documents need to be more strongly interrogated. There are strong evidence-based arguments in favor of continuing the SRD grant, but it is, of course, partly a political decision. Some have even argued for expanding it, and there are questions then about how that would be funded. The point is, this is a key policy issue. Parliament should lead the way in holding hearings on it, rather than it being decided by statements of preference by the Treasury in these documents, which are essentially unsubstantiated. A second major issue, which I'm sure you're all aware of, is the Road Accident Fund. SCOPA is holding hearings on this right now, and an issue that keeps coming up in those is estimation of the scheme's liabilities. In fact, this controversy has been going on for many years. It preceded, I think, even the current governance of the RAF. But this is a key issue for the finance committees, because you have oversight of the RAF levy and you have oversight of the issue of national level liabilities and contingent liabilities. The MTBPS provides very little useful information on this issue, even though these differences in view amount to hundreds of billions of rand over the medium term. And so clearly more information is required.
As you conclude.
Yes. Thank you. Another point is about the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. The threshold for eligibility has not been increased with inflation, so essentially the Treasury is adopting an approach of exclusion by stealth. Arguably, that contributed to the Fees Must Fall protest. This is bad public finance and bad public policy. It should be done explicitly in a rational way and taking into account the public interest. A final issue which I added is medical scheme tax credits. Wasn't addressed at all in the MTBPS, came up in the discussions afterwards. They're an obvious source for funding national health insurance. I'm not even arguing in favor of them. I'm just saying it's blindingly obvious from a public finance point of view that they could be used. The question is, what is the minister's basis for stridently opposing their use for that purpose, and why isn't more information provided in the MTBPS for members to exercise oversight? In conclusion, the 2025 MTBPS is inadequate. It fails to provide adequate information on key fiscal issues. The inflation target decision proposal is inadequately substantiated. The process has been inadequate, and it seemingly rejects any constitutional democratic oversight. I suggest that the finance committees and Parliament in general need to exert more robust oversight over these issues, request or demand more information on these issues, and facilitate hearings on them. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Dr. Mela. Now, members, I think there is also the written submission by the BASA, the Beer Association of South Africa, that has been circulated to all honorable members there. It is a written one. They will not be, I don't think they are in the platform to do the presentation. So I'm now open for the honorable members to ask questions to the Breadline Africa, Family for Children, SAICA, South African Brewery, and Dr. Mellon. I have House Chair Ryder, Honorable Bress. You can start, Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I'll be fairly brief in my inputs in the second round. I want to thank again the presenters and the different perspectives. The first one I want to talk specifically to is the Families for Children. As an NGO, I think doing great work, and I want to appreciate the work that they're doing in an important area. I appreciated the tone of the presentation where they indicated what, well, they were quite specific in what they were hoping to achieve. The one thing I would like to just caution against is this perception that centralizing responsibilities into the presidency is a good thing. And whilst it may be perceived to be something that prioritizes an issue, I do think that we need to be very aware that at this stage there is no committee of Parliament that has oversight over the presidency. I do know that one has been agreed to in the Joint Rules Committee, but that committee is yet to be constituted. So, under the incumbent president, I think that we'd be most comfortable with this, but we have learned in the past about legislating or taking policy decisions on the basis of incumbents and not considering the worst that could happen, such as we had under our previous president, where such an initiative could be wholly hijacked and then, of course, the funds taken away from the intended beneficiaries, as we have seen with so many other projects that were placed as presidential priorities, and part of the reason why we're having the discussions here today. So I don't think that centralization of additional powers into the presidency is a good idea for now. I think the departments should take their delegations and wield them with vigor, but also with full transparency. So that was just my input on Families for Children. On SAICA, and SAICA picked up a point that was raised by one of the honourable members in the last round of comments that I really feel can't go without being addressed. And honourable members, we should not undermine the work of our committee. and we should not take for granted the importance of public participation. And Dr. Miller's inputs now obviously underline the need for comprehensive public participation. But we can't just make broad statements that previous inputs into discussions from the public have been disregarded. So I've made the point before in our discussions that it's unlikely that an input will be taken immediately and adopted wholeheartedly and cause a 180-degree turnaround in position from the Treasury. It's unlikely to happen. But what we see is incremental changes over time. And I think it's really important for us to note, and honourable members who have dealt with Treasury's documents in the past really should know this, but the budget review document contains a full report of this meeting, as well as the meeting that we are due to have on Friday, when there will be responses from the Treasury, from SARS, on the comments that have been made today. These are all taken into account into the budget review. It forms part of that document, and all of these things help to guide and shape future iterations of the budget. So you may not see a full step change as a result of the inputs, but over time you will certainly see that these public inputs are taken into account and do often bring about certain changes. And I mean, the very obvious example of this, which was in fact quite a quick, rapid, and surprisingly strong change was the tapping into the GFECRA account, which came as a result of public participation. Those recommendations to liquidate some of the GFECRA reserves were made in a meeting identical to this meeting that we're having today. And so we should never forget about that. And I think there was a response from COSATU early on that listed a number of other positions, including the VAT reversal, which, as we know, was led politically, but also was something that was aerated extensively in the discussions that we had at this very level. Chairperson, I also want to say that the 2026 medium-term expenditure framework also included a thing called the technical guidelines. So National Treasury released a document called Technical Guidelines 2026, which emphasized a much more disciplined and strategically aligned budget process that took into account much more need for public engagement, and in fact embedded the public engagement in the process even more firmly than it is now. This led to the fiscal framework engagement that happened in August of this year, amongst other things. And I do think that the fact is that public opinion is taken very strongly in terms of what Treasury has done in the past. And again, we need to find balance. And one of the other things that caused a step change was the implementation of the health promotions levy, the sugar tax that we were talking about just now, where though we have one entity now shouting for an increase, we had other entities shouting for a more cautious approach, which Treasury adopted on the basis of let's gather the data, let's gather the information. Rushing the process of increasing this tax, noting the impact that it had on the industry, would probably be something that would cause another outcry again. And I do hear that there are studies that are showing that the impacts were less than has been stated. But frankly, a number of us went on the ground and did oversight, and what we saw there impacted part of our motivation to encourage Treasury to pause on the increases of the health promotions levy. Chair, my last input is on Dr. Miller's presentation. And I think it's important, we are talking about the importance of public consultation. Dr. Miller's pointing to the fact that there wasn't enough on this particular matter. Whether targeting is something that requires public participation or not, I guess is open for debate. But it is a policy choice, and yeah, I think Dr. Miller quite clearly said, it's something for the courts to decide, but it is something for us to apply our minds to as well, as to whether setting such targets are something is something that should go that far for public participation. But I do want to strongly emphasize and associate.
Finished, House Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to strongly associate myself with the comments that Dr. Miller made right at the beginning, where he said that we do need to understand fully the capacity of people that come and present to this committee, in what capacity they are presenting, as well as a good record of who the contributors to their inputs are. Because I think we are seeing very much a conflation of roles, we are seeing duplication of inputs, etc. And I think it is very necessary for us to understand, are the squeaky wheels actually big wheels, or are they just lots of little wheels all working in tandem? Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the time and your patience, considering there are so few inputs. No, I thought I'd have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Brett.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Once again, to everybody that participated and presented to this committee, thank you very much. I just want to make the following remarks about public engagement, and the Honourable Ryder touched on it, but public engagement is a pillar of ethical conduct of Parliament in the legislative sphere. And integrity and a process based on integrity is a pillar of that ethical public process. So with that as background, I want to say thank you for all the presentations. Coming to Breadline Africa and Families for Children, welcome back in this public hearing. But I want to say you are truly the unsung heroes. You are truly the voice of the voiceless, and you're advocating for issues on behalf of people that many times cannot advocate for themselves. Thank you for your valuable contributions. And as what was said in a previous budget cycle, keep on doing what you are doing. As Honourable Ryder said, it's not necessarily that you will see immediate effect of your contributions and presentation taking basis in this cycle, but eventually, incrementally, you are making a difference. Coming to SAICA, once again, thank you for your sensible and considered and balanced input. I welcome your recommendations, especially regarding intergovernmental debt, water infrastructure, and your comments on municipalities, which concerns I subscribe to, and most certainly National Treasury will take note thereof. Coming to South African breweries, on the lighter side, I want to say nobody can move products more effectively than the SAB, because even Shebeens in the most remotest area of South Africa never runs out of your product, and maybe the government can learn a lot from your logistical capabilities. But once again, valuable economic input from your side as well. Dr. Miller, your persistence is commendable. But once again, you're back. You've made interesting comments, and it makes you think. But your remarks on the floor process and basis for inflation target change, especially your remarks on the legal side of the process. As a lawyer myself, I'm very interested to hear those thoughts on the legal process. But once again, you said that this MTBPS is inadequate, but however, you should consider that it was adequate enough to pave the way for better credit rating and for likely reduction in the interest rate. But thank you once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Brett, Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just from my side, thank you very much for the presentations. Just a couple of quick questions. The first one is to Families for Children. Your submission notes that 75% of grant fraud is committed by government officials and contractors, not beneficiaries. What reforms do you believe are most urgent to prevent Treasury's anti-fraud measures from excluding innocent families? And the second question, also to Families for Children, Honourable Chair, is that you argue that Treasury frame grant savings as a success, even though they push more children below the food poverty line. What should Parliament insist on before Treasury adjust any grant verification rules? And then on for SAB, you argues that tighter inflation targeting with suppressed consumption and investment. What specific impact do you foresee on township and rural small manufacturers? And what regulatory relief would offset this pressure? Your second question, also from my side, you warn that higher interest rates for longer could reduce household spending power. What evidence can you provide to show Parliament that the magnitude of this risk for the beverage sector? Dr. Miller, should Parliament require a formal approval process before any inflation target changes? And what independent modelling must Treasury provide before Parliament can support or reject the 3% target? Breadline Africa, your data shows that early childhood development infrastructure is collapsing because of shrinking real provincial budgets. Question, what minimum annual allocation increase do you believe is required to prevent further school closures? And also a second question to Breadline. You argue that the current fiscal stance will leave thousands of children without safe learning spaces. What accountability mechanism would you recommend to force Treasury and provinces to ring-fence ECT infrastructure funding? And the last one, so Saike, you show undisputed tax debt rising from 450 billion to 459 billion. And now, according to you, what systemic failures, according to you, inside SARS are driving this trend? And what reforms must be prioritized? And the last one, Honourable Chair, on SOEs, on Saike's presentation, such as Transnet and Eskom, you warn that cash flow insolvency risks another bailout. What specific restructuring steps should be legally required before any further guarantees are considered? I thank you, Honourable Chair. That is my inputs on the questions.
Thanks, Honourable Swart, Honourable Sebati.
Thanks, Chair. And let me as well join my colleagues in terms of welcoming the presentations by various stakeholders. Chair, mine are just to questions. One is for Dr. Muller, who has made a very interesting presentation. I think it was well presented. However, I would like to understand from Dr. Muller, because he's talking about identification of conflict of interest in relation to the money policy advice and so on. I would like to really understand what are those, the conflict of interest, and is he able to share more light in terms of the conflict of interest, in terms of that, but also the strengths and weaknesses of the monetary policy, because for me it doesn't come out very, very clear at that level. Chair, the Redline Africa, they are advocating more money going to local government in terms of the ECD infrastructure rollout, which we agree that there is a huge backlog and that needs to be addressed. However, Chair, it seems like it's a foregone conclusion that just throwing money has become a panacea to some of the challenges that are facing local government. And I think there are several programs that have been well funded in local government that have not actually went well, not because there is lack of money, but because of other underlying challenges that are there in local municipalities. And I thought the approach should be that let's deal with the underlying issues in local municipalities, so that when you give money to local government to deal with this aspect of ECD development, it should not find the same challenges that have actually obstructed other progressive programs to be implemented in municipalities. Now, it looks like for me, they take money only to be the panacea to local government. And the last one, Chair, the other one which I think I left out from Dr. John Muller, it's in terms of the drama that relates to the Minister of Finance in Parliament. If he was to share some light, because it's just a statement that is thrown out there, throwing some shade, I don't think would help us. If he was to explain what exactly is he talking about, the dramatic issues that the minister has performed in Parliament. Thanks.
Thanks very much, General Maude.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to welcome the presentations by various stakeholders once again. Not so much questions to the stakeholders, but I just want to caution members that we should all understand that the stakeholder engagement means exactly that. So if you're going to move in a direction that says we need to vet people, who's coming, who's what, we're reducing this thing to an elite approach already as it is. It's an elitist thing that we're meeting via Zoom and there must be a presentation, there must be some standard. But the reality is that the budget or even the policy statement affects every South African. So we want to hear the views of Mewako Matatiele. Honorable Ndlovu, want to hear the views of Bagolo Bako Bushback Ridge, Bako Pizidisuleyang in the Northwest, Bako Tsantaban in the Northern Cape, without having to categorize people and say, no, when you are educated, no. The budget affects everyone. It affects them. And actually, this platform should actually encourage everyone across all sectors of the society to come. Baruti, they get affected by this. Bongkhulu, the tribal authorities, everyone gets affected. So we can't be saying that, no, we need to vet the people that are coming here as if, I mean, it's an elitist thing now. When we go to vote, Chair, I want to remind everybody, when it's voting time, there's a voting station in each and every village, each and every VD. Even the remote of the remote VDs, you're going to find a voting station of the IEC, irrespective of whether you're educated, whether you can speak big English or whatnot. And now when it comes to decisions that affect those very voters, was saying, no, voters wait, we're dealing with an elitist approach. It can't be correct. And we can also, Chair, use this platform to attack those who come to present before us. I mean, the attack started yesterday with the PBO, where the PBO was attacked purely because they don't agree. Some members don't agree with their view. But, I mean, the presentation is there. Engage the presentation without attacking the individual. Play the ball and leave the man. What is on the table? What has been presented on the table? So these stakeholders that are here, they're going to tomorrow, Chair, to be scared to come and present here their views. And they represent whatever constituency they represent, whether small or big, but they are the voice. They need to be heard by Parliament. Parliament is for the people of South Africa and not some elitist approach. I just thought I should put a very emphasis on that, Chair, that let's not use this platform to discredit people and belittle them, and they won't come tomorrow, won't have their views tomorrow. I mean, we listen to people we don't agree with, but they ought to be given the platform to be listened to, and then we engage their presentation. So let's refrain from doing that as members of Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mode. And I think that is last member to comment. Before I give the stakeholders, I want to check the Dr. Masangani, if maybe you have a question before we go to the closing remark, maybe on the questions, because I know I must give back to the stakeholders to respond. Maybe if there is any question, Doctor. No, okay, it's fine. Just can we go back to the stakeholders to respond? Breadline Africa.
Many thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Let me start by responding to Honourable Swart. There were two questions there. The first one in terms of minimum annual increases. My response to that is that Breadline primarily focuses on the ECD space. The work we do in primary schools is very much in the space of replacing unsafe pit toilets with environmentally friendly and new toilet infrastructure. And our primary recommendation here is to make sure that the allocated funding is indeed spent and that an annual data audit is conducted to make sure we are fully aware of how many schools in this space still have unsafe pit toilets and how many more are needing to be replaced. On the second question on accountability mechanisms, my first response will be the need for a dedicated ECD infrastructure fund and a request for Parliament to establish a separate protected budget line for ECD infrastructure. This fund will need to be overseen and audited independently, and the results tabled to Parliament annually. Within here, establishing an oversight committee that includes civil society representation as well as educational experts to monitor delivery against targets to prevent both misuse and make sure we keep traction. Finally, on that, performance-based linked disbursement, releasing the funds in tranches linked to milestones, numbers of classroom builds, safety standards met, etc. However, on steroids and within a simpler framework than currently in order to make sure we move at speed. To Honourable Sekwati, let me just reiterate in terms of your question, Breadline Africa is not only asking about funding or new funding or more funding. We're asking that funding gets ring-fenced specifically for the ECD sector in terms of infrastructure. We are also asking that public-private partnerships are established, and finally that capacity is built on local government level, including within the wards, to make sure one can plan and allow for disbursement of the funds for their infrastructures to be put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Family for children.
Thank you very much for your questions. I had 2 or 3 questions. Thank you for the encouragement to keep doing what we're doing. The first question was about coordination within the Office of the President. And this coordination that we're talking about is not of implementation, but rather of coherent collective planning to overcome the fragmentation between different department approaches to achieve a shared national goal and outcome on these critical issues of child development and parent support. Delivery would remain, and the funds would remain by the line departments who have their own budgets and conform to the policies that they are mandated to fulfill. And this recommendation is required by the Committee on the Rights of the Child and is in the National Plan of Action for Children at the moment. So we're not recommending a centralization of implementation, but more coordinated planning across departments, which haven't been achieved with the Office of the Rights of the Child in the place where it is at the moment. And the second question, I wasn't as clear about. We didn't make any reference in our submission to grant fraud. What we did talk about was looking at facilitating pre-registration for the child support grant for pregnant women. So that would be similar. So pregnant women currently pre-register for UIF. And so as soon as the child is born, the payment process kicks in. So it's similar to systems that are happening at the moment. It's just, we don't understand why you can't pre-register for that grant, and the payment is only made once the child is born. And what it does is ensures timeliest delivery of funds to people who really need it. And this grant has been shown to improve child development outcomes. I don't think there were any other questions. Please let me know if there's anything I've left out.
Thank you, Zeka.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we only had 2 comments from Honourable Swart. One was on the undisputed tax debt. Honourable Swart, I think we can't jump to a system that there's a systemic failure in SARS. I think the concern is rather that there is significant growth, and you'll see from the numbers that it was a doubling over COVID, which also happened in debt in the normal economy. And that's why the recommendation is that we do need to understand what's happening in that debt book. We did some analysis in our budget 2025 submission on this, but I do think more analysis. And the reason why is we look back to even 2007 when SARS was unable to write off debt and their pleadings to Parliament to give them the power so that they aren't held to irrecoverable debt, which was then brought in the Tax Administration Act in 2011. And the question is, how much or what's the quality of that debt book? How much of that debt is older than 4 or 5 years? And is it really recoverable? Because otherwise we're going to hold SARS to debt that it can't recover, which I think becomes difficult because then we start seeing numbers that aren't there. And I think that is why we ask Parliament to rather look at it, investigate what the quality of the debt book, and obviously once we've taken out what isn't recoverable or shouldn't be recoverable, then as many of the commenters, and let's enable SARS to then and empower them to go after that money. But looking at the numbers, we do need to however, the disputed tax book debt and the fact that that's growing as well and is quite a doubling of that as well is a concern, because obviously disputes take time, they take money, and they take resources. And I think, again, what is underpinning that part of the debt book and its fact that it has also grown at quite huge levels in the last 4 or 5 years. As request your comment on or request on Transnet Eskom, what are the restructuring steps before bailouts or guarantees? Honourable members, I think importantly when an organisation wants to, or a business wants to recapitalize itself or working capital, it'll look at its capital book, so it has certain coverage to assets. When you have government as your shareholder, sometimes when either your assets or your revenue is not enough, government will sign a guarantee so that you can then easily get debt. But then lastly, if neither of those are present, so you're actually losing money, you have your capital infrastructure is dilapidated, then usually there's some other form of cash injection, equity, etc. And the concern we've raised, which is the same that happened at Eskom, they were already cash negative, they already had a huge asset replacement need, and they had low disposable assets. Now, the last point we make in our submission, honourable members, is what you'll see is when you borrow money and you borrow against your balance sheet, the assumption is if something goes wrong, the creditor can actually claim those assets. The difference with SOEs is a lot of those assets are not claimable. You can't claim Eskom's transmission lines. And as you saw in the Transnet edition, those are the harbours, the railway lines. Those can't be claimed by creditors, yet they represent the majority of the assets, and they're actually marketed at market value. So it overinflates the balance sheet against which we are going to borrow, because we can't sell those, we can't realize those if things go wrong. So if we are going to give them guarantees and they borrow against both the guarantee and the asset, it overstates and it over-indebts them from a cash flow perspective. And that's the concern we have, is not necessarily, so National Treasury have in a lot of the both guarantees and bailouts given conditions, and they would know best what those conditions should be. But at the end of the day, guarantees should only be there where there's only a limited need not to be able to go to market, not when it is quite clear that further debt on the balance sheet would in fact just create a bigger problem rather than solving the problem. Honourable members, that is our response to those questions.
Breweries.
Thanks, Chair. I think we got two questions from Honourable Swart as well. The one related to the downstream value chain, which is the rural economies, and in our urban-centric areas, we have the taverns. And I think a lot of the tax conversation in general focuses on the individual, the company that pays the taxes. But of course, the hidden effects, and something that hasn't been noted quite clearly, are the hundreds and thousands of people that actually are part of the value chain and essentially may not pay the tax, but are feeling the effects of a tax that is above inflation in that regard. We have done our research in terms of our economic impact and have shared the extent of the downward value chain related to the beer economy in general. And we have shared with National Treasury in particular how many individuals are employed in the downstream value chain and how much taxes are essentially paid through indirect taxes such as value-added tax and corporate income taxes in that regard. But in general, there is indeed a lack of visibility in general in understanding the scope of if there is an above inflation increase at a manufacturer level. This does not necessarily just affect the manufacturer, but important elements of the township economy and the rural economies. The second question, Chair, from Honourable Swart was related to providing facts or empirical evidence around high interest rates hurting households. So what we do understand are, in general, exogenous factors that affect manufacturers and I suppose the whole South African economy and those that interact with it include, for instance, high interest rates, which we have no control over, and the volatility or the changes in inflation rates. We do consider those factors outside of our control, although we do note that when they are in the positive, that it does affect, in particular, real disposable incomes, which tells us the brevity and the depth of which consumers have to use their disposable income to suit their consumption intentions. And in general, that would mean that our focus, in particular SAB, is the nature and shape of real disposable income over time, and noting in particular how exogenous factors such as high interest rates do affect real disposable income in general. And that is a factor of how the indebtedness of households as articulated in the M2PS. So it's really a part of the macroeconomic environment. And we note that in that regard, real disposable incomes do tend to do better when high interest rates are lower or lowered and inflation as well comes down. Thanks, Chair.
Are you done? Dr. Miller?
Thank Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I had a number of questions, but I'll try to address them very quickly. And a number of them were also comments, so I won't respond to those. On the issue of participation and the declaration of interests and the capacity in which individuals are presenting, the first thing I want to say in response to what I understand to be Honourable Maotwe's concern is that, speaking for myself at least, and the proposals that I'm making, it's not at all intended to make this an elitist process. If, for example, a citizen wanted to present and such a form was being used, they would literally just need two words to answer two questions. What capacity are you presenting in? The answer would be citizen. Do you have any funding or conflicts of interest to declare? The answer would be no. And that's all that an ordinary citizen would have to do. The concern is rather with more powerful stakeholders, more elite stakeholders, who are coming to parliamentary committees. I mean, it's not just the finance committees, but this is where I'm presenting, with undeclared conflicts of interest, or they're wearing two hats which they're not declaring. In response to Honourable Sekwati's question, after my last presentation in the 2024 MTBPS, I was also asked to give a specific example, and I wrote a letter to the committees giving a specific example. Now, one of the reasons I don't mention specific examples usually in my presentations is because I don't actually want to target specific individuals. I want to focus on the general issue, because I think if we address the general issue, then that gives a structural solution to the problem rather than identifying particular stakeholders. So in that case, I did give an example of a stakeholder who was wearing two hats and essentially therefore contributing to two submissions and not declaring that. That, honestly, I think is one of the milder forms of infringement that I'm concerned about. In other cases, there are stakeholders presenting with funding sources that arguably create conflicts of interest that they're not declaring. But I think the best thing would be to have a systematic approach to addressing this. And certainly, in my view, actually, it would reduce the elitism of the process and ensure that parliamentarians know, honourable members and members of the public know what they're dealing with when they listen to these presentations. Moving on to the question about inflation targeting, there are a couple of questions here. Honourable Swart asked about what should a formal approval process look like and what modelling should be provided to support that. I mean, I'm happy to make a short submission to address that. But the point I want to make, and a couple of members also said, they were unsure about, whether the process really should include such oversight or not. I like to use, say, a specific example. Imagine that the Reserve Bank Governor and the Minister of Finance decided to increase the inflation target to 20%, or they decided to decrease it to 0.5%. Given the current process followed, the suggestion they seem to be making is that would just be completely, they could simply follow through on that without any oversight, without any potential to block it, without any public input. Now, that could literally destroy the South African economy, either way, either extreme. So my view is it's simply incompatible with the spirit of the Constitution and various pieces of legislation like the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, to name one in particular, to follow the kind of process that has been followed. So I think there should be a formal process by which monetary policy is altered. And again, to say that this doesn't infringe on the Reserve Bank's pursuit of its mandate, because this is about what is the Reserve Bank's mandate. And even if the current structure is such that the governor reports to the Minister of Finance, well, the Minister of Finance can then report to Parliament. So it seems that those two institutions have agreed that for the inflation target to be formally adopted, it has to be agreed to by the Minister of Finance and the Treasury. And the finance committees have oversight over both of them. So I think that presents a clear basis. When it comes to the issue of modelling, there's a lot that I could say about this, but in essence, one can't pre-specify what modelling should be provided. I would say that the institutions that want to motivate the change should bring whatever they think is their best modelling, or whatever modelling it is that they've relied on. They should put that together in a clear and structured form and say, this is the modelling that we've relied on, or these are the 5 models we've relied on, and then present it to the committees. And then experts and public submissions can be solicited on that. It's not worth my time also as an expert to engage with 5 different working papers when actually the Treasury and the Reserve Bank haven't even stated which of these papers or which models they've relied on, because I might criticize one working paper and then the Reserve Bank comes back and says, oh no, we didn't rely on that. So we would be wasting our time to engage with the current process at that level of technical detail. But the institutions in question must know what modeling they're using, and they can present that to the committees, and then it can be critically interrogated. Just briefly to address the point I made about the minister and the drama around that. I mean, this was as it was reported in the press, honourable members, but essentially the minister made a statement that using the medical aid tax credits to fund the NHI would be an attack on the middle class. I think that is an overly dramatic statement. As I say, I think it's very obvious from a public finance point of view that if the NHI is to proceed, that those medical aid tax credits are an obvious source of funding because they relate directly to the intention of the policy. Now, one can have, again, a debate about that, and reasonable people can disagree about it, but it's not something that should just be dismissed in that way. And again, it's a large amount of money. So if this is the National Treasury's view, they should put it in the MTBPS and they should substantiate it. And then again, the committees can engage with that. The final point that I just want to make in that regard is I understand why it's very reasonable of honourable members to ask of various stakeholders, where is the evidence to support your view? But in the context of the National Treasury not providing adequate evidence to support their position, and bearing in mind that tens of millions, hundreds of millions of rand is spent on salaries of National Treasury and indeed Reserve Bank officials to generate and produce this evidence, my own view for a long time, including when I was in the Parliamentary Budget Office myself, is that the onus first and foremost has to be on the Treasury that has the most resources to present its evidence and its arguments. And then stakeholders, whether the PBO or whether stakeholders in industry or in civil society and so forth, or experts like myself, can then engage with that. But if the Treasury is not presenting a substantive basis for its decisions, it's arguably unreasonable to expect stakeholders to provide that kind of evidence when they have far fewer resources. I think I've covered everything. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Dr. Miller, and all the stakeholders that have made the submissions today from when we started with our meeting. And as I indicated earlier, that the one of Beer Association of South Africa have made a written submission to the committee. So it's one of the things that should not be surprised. As we'll be compiling the report, then we'll be able to see that there is the submission or the written submission from the Beer Association of South Africa. Let me now give to the chairperson of the Standing Committee, Honorable Dr. Masangani, to also make the input and take us chat the way forward before I close the meeting. Doctor?
Good afternoon, Honorable Ndlovu, colleagues and stakeholders. Let me just make a few inputs before you close. The issue of public participation. Parliament, that is the NA and the NCOP, including the 9 legislatures, have adopted what we call public participation model. Each legislature had to adopt that model. That public participation model speaks to what is contained in the Constitution. In terms of the NA, Section 59 of the Constitution outlines how the NA is supposed to involve the public in terms of decision-making and the legislative process. The same applies when it comes to NCOP, that is Section 79. And in terms of legislatures, it is Section 118. So those 3 sections of the Constitution make a provision for the legislatures to adequately, not just to adequately involve the public in terms of decision making. So we are not doing a favor to stakeholders to come and make oral and written submission. It is their constitutional right. And what we mustn't do as members of parliament is to ridicule stakeholders when they make public submissions, either oral or in a written form, in the manner that we speak. Even if we differ with them, let's differ with them in a dignified manner, but not make statements that suggests like we are ridiculing them. Equally, stakeholders should not come to Parliament and think that they are going to meet people who haven't been to school and you are coming here to lecture us. We are experts in our own right, and we can't keep on saying that because we don't think that is right. But seated here where we are, we have got field of experts where we come from. So we call upon you also to respect us. So respect has to be mutual between parliamentarians and stakeholders. And the same applies to the constitutional structures that we invite to come here, constitutional and statutory structures. And I think Honorable Mautwe spoke to that. That is the PBO and the FFC. Those structures are regulated by law, and in the case of PBO, it's the matter of money and related matters bill that outline how they have to do business in Parliament, and FFC is provided for in the Constitution. I was not happy yesterday when one member said PBO is sounding like a broken record. I don't think that statement was right. If we have issues with the quality of work that they provide here, let's meet as members of Parliament and raise it probably with the chairperson both in the NCOP and in the NA. But to ridicule them in that manner, I think it was unprofessional. So, also, it is not true that parliamentarians disregard the inputs of the public. It's not factual, unless you don't go through our reports. We have got a prescribed template in the case of the NA. We don't just write a report haphazardly. The Speaker has prescribed how the report should be compiled, and there is a quality assurance in that regard. In that report, if you look at Chapter 3 of the report that we submit to the NA, it speaks to the inputs coming from the constitutional and the statutory bodies, that is the PBO and the FFC. We summarize what the PBO says, we summarize what the FFC says. After that, Chapter 5 of that report, it summarizes the submissions by all the stakeholders who make submissions. Look at all the reports. It's standard. That's what we have to do. From there, you look at Chapter 7 or Paragraph 7 of the report. It talks to the observations and recommendations by the committee. And if you look at the opening paragraph of that chapter, it says that this committee report takes into considerations inputs by stakeholders. That's what we have to do. Otherwise, if we don't do that, it will be like we're engaging in an illegal process. So we have to demonstrate that in our report that stakeholders so and so said this, and in our observations and recommendations, we have to include inputs coming from stakeholders. So it's not true that you come here, we listen to you, you go back home, we don't take into consideration what you say. It's not so, unless people don't go through our reports, and you can go through all the reports, even previous reports. And lastly, Chairperson, also, the Minister of Finance is obliged by Parliament to respond to all the recommendations coming from these finance committees. It's not by choice. If you look at Section 7, subsection 4 of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act 2009, it requires that the Minister of Finance submit a report to Parliament at the time of budget, explaining how the division of revenue and the national budget give effects to recommendations by Parliament, or providing reasons for deviating from these recommendations. And if you look at all the budget reviews every year, there is a chapter where the minister, an annexure, is written report of the Minister of Finance to Parliament. And he responds to all the questions that we raise and the recommendations. So I want to set the record straight, Chairperson, so that there is clarity on how Parliament operates, so that we don't just make statements and then we leave it just like that, unresponded. Because if we don't respond, it will become the gospel truth. So I thought that clarity has to be made to both members of Parliament and to the stakeholders that are here in the platform. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Doctor, for the small workshops to the stakeholders and the members of Parliament. And I think it's very much important, and also to the public, so that they must also understand the roles of all the individuals, including the stakeholders, and their roles in participation on this process until the last day of the adoption of the medium-term budget policy statement. So, honourable members, the stakeholders, the PBO, and everybody who participated today, thanks very much for your contributions. Thanks very much for your discipline, and those who are not disciplined, we are watching you. And thanks very much. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.
Malubongwe.
Tamalama Kosikazi, long live the chair.
Long live the Speaker of Joburg, Jose Mawoni.
Long live Dogotela.